All right. Welcome everybody to another fabulous Friday Night Live. We've got a fun one today. We're going to talk about all of the bizarre shit going on in the conservative social media space. Seems like everybody's just lost their minds. Oh, there's my wife. Kicking it off for a good one. Got our sponsor in here. We'll talk about this later in the episode. How's everybody doing? We got a lot to talk about. Yes. A lot of people doing weird shit out there. What are we talking about today? Yes, Erika Kirk. Erika Kirk. We need to talk about Erika Kirk. A lot of crazy shit this week came out about Erika Kirk. We're going to watch her videos, her CIA videos. Watch her videos of her partying, talking about doing cocaine. Yes, things are very, very weird out here in the TPUSA space. We're going to talk about all that. We're going to go through who we think she really is. Who is Erika Kirk really? I think we're beyond the point now of the emotional blackmail to where we're not allowed to criticize or say anything negative about Erika Kirk. I think we've moved past that. We've moved past that point. And so we're gonna just look at her backstory and look who her parents are, and maybe we can figure something out together. Okay. And then, of course, we have to talk about one of the biggest stories in the conservative space right now, and that's Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, who bizarrely is, how do we put this as nicely as possible? Apparently just letting us know that he's a pedophile. Very rare, very, very odd. I don't know how we got to where we got with Nick Fuentes coming out as a pedophile. But we're going to talk about that. Bizarre stuff, defending Epstein, talking about how 13-year-old girls are legal. Fucking weird stuff. Again, why you would say these things out loud on the internet, I don't know. But yeah, straight wood chipper is right, but we're going to talk about it because everybody else is talking about it. Okay. We're also going to talk a little bit about the weird shit going on with Lance Twiggs. Apparently his family members have come forward. So we're going to take a look at that. Tyler Robinson's initial hearing today, where the Tyler Robinson defense is trying to disqualify the prosecutor from the case. We're going to take a little bit of a look at that. But we'll talk about some other fucking idiots in the conservative space, most specifically Matt Walsh, as you may have seen my video on Matt Walsh attacking disabled veterans. So we'll probably shore the episode up at the end, talking about the Daily Wire and those fucking idiots and what they've got going on. So hope you guys are ready for a fun one. Yeah, you're going to need to oil up the wood chipper for this episode for sure. We're going to kick it off. We're going to start talking about Nick Fuentes first. Then we'll jump into Erika Kirk. Okay. I just, again, if you haven't seen, my second computer just turned on me with a bunch of JD delay notifications. Okay. Relax, computer. If you haven't seen these clips, don't worry. We're going to play them. And so again, don't take my word for it. We'll watch it out of the horse's mouth. Again, I don't know, what the fuck people are thinking out there right now with some of the shit that they say. Let's start off with a little poll. How do we say this? Graping, I put this nicely, 13-year-olds pedophilia? Question mark. Just let me know what you guys think. Just let me know. Would you consider this PDF behavior? Before we kick off the clips, it's weird that I have to do this poll, that we have to even talk about this, but it's going to make sense. It's going to make sense here in a minute when we actually watch these clips together. Also, if you put yes in the chat, don't worry, the FBI is 100% coming for you. I have the FBI, as the Fed that I am. The FBI is monitoring the chat on this one, and we're going to find all you little creepers. We're gonna find all you 2% little creepers, and we're gonna come for you. Okay. Again, fucking weird, man. But it is what it is. We got to talk about it because this is one of the biggest stories in the conservative news space. And again, you guys know I like Nick Fuentes. I like his content. I don't agree with a lot of stuff he says, but this is just. But it's not. We're not going to just do the Epstein comments. We're also going to talk about his comments about Venezuela, his comments about invading Mexico. I don't know what America First is anymore when it comes to this guy, but it's bizarre. All right, so let's. We're 5 minutes in. That means we can pretty much start the show. I'll let everybody else as they keep funneling in here as we kick it off. Jameson Travels is in here. Jameson. I see you, Jameson. All right, we got some buddies in here. All right, yeah, some heavy wood chipper in here. Heavy wood chipper. Yes, you guys, yes. You know JD DeLay's entire message is anti-pedophilia, right? He's the anti-pedophilia guy. Yes, that's what JD's whole message is protecting children. Correct. You would be correct. All right, we ready? Let's jump into it. We're going to watch the clips first. And yeah, they're pretty much as bad as you'd think. So we're going to watch his first clip that got him in a bunch of hot water. And then we're going to watch his rebuttal to the, of course, attacks that Nick is getting based off of his initial comments first. Let's see if he explained his initial comments. But we'll watch the first clips first. See what you guys think, and we'll go through it. We'll talk about it together. It's it's weird stuff, ladies and gentlemen. But here we go. Why not?
Pedo thing. It's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that has to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia, okay? They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like, they were technically not legal. Big difference.
They were 12, 13, and 14 years old, by the way, which Nick is saying is technically a 12-year-old is technically not legal. Okay.
In my opinion, I know that's a controversial take, but that's not really the issue there. Okay. The issue is not that they were barely legal teens, which is what it is. It's horrendous. It's awful. It's pedophilia. Okay, relax. No, the issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy, probably working with Israel. That's the dilemma there. He's working with Israeli intelligence. This whole...
Okay. Let's work our way through that. So, Nick, and I'm not pulling anything out of context. I'm going to explain to you what Nick has said his point is here. His point is that the PDF side of the story, of the Epstein story, that's whatever. That's secondhand. It doesn't really matter. It's the fact that Epstein worked for Mossad. That's the real story. And here's the deal. First of all, no 12 and 13-year-old girls that are being raped by 60 to 70-year-old men. No, that's not barely legal. That's not pedophilia. Not quotations. That's just strictly PDFs. That's it. There's no mental gymnastics around this. There's no controversial take here. You either think old men graping 12 to 13-year-old girls is PDF behavior, or you're a chomo yourself. That's it. There's no in-betweens here. Now, where Nick really fucks up is that Nick is trying to portray the story as if Nick has some 7D chess take on the Epstein files. And so what Nick is trying to say here is that look, the international child sex trafficking ring part of the story, that's not what anybody is really paying attention to or should be paying attention to. What they should be paying attention to is that, oh, well, it turns out Epstein was part of a high-side intelligence network like Mossad and the CIA. That's the story. And my point is, no fucking shit, Nick. Everybody already knows that. We've talked about that 100 times on the channel. Why do the politicians, why does everybody want to block the Epstein files being released? It's because, yes, we know that our own government, the CIA, in accordance with Mossad and other high-side intelligence networks, part of the United States government, were not only complicit in, but actually participated in a international child sex trafficking ring and use that blackmail and leverage on foreign dignitaries, foreign agents, foreign presidents, our own politicians in a massive blackmailing network. Yes, Nick, everyone fucking knows that. That's not a hot take. That's the no shit take everyone is aware of. And so for Nick to try to say that the pedophilia part, that's not the story. No, bro. The PDF network is the entire story. And let me explain. If it was just that, the Epstein network through Mossad and the CIA, ooh, that's the story. Okay, well, if that's the story and the CIA was using 25-year-old honeypots, which it does, by the way, 25-year-old men and women to, sleep with politicians to get blackmail on them because they cheated on their wives, no one would give a fuck. No one would care. It's like, yeah, the CIA is using 25-year-old chicks to compromise foreign agents and foreign dignitaries. Yeah, cool. Duh. No one cares. No, the entire story is that they were using American children, young American girls, 12, 13, 14-year-old American girls to compromise all of these people. That's the story everyone cares about, Nick. We already know Epstein was part of Mossad and the CIA. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. And so for Nick to try to do these weird mental gymnastics about how, no, I mean, nobody cares about the fact that these were 13-year-old girls. The real story is the intelligence side. No, it's not, dude. No one would give a fuck about this story if it didn't involve young teenage girls, American girls, being trafficked to old, gross, fucking powerful elite men. That's what we want accountability for. Or at least that's what we all want accountability for on this channel, right? Isn't that what we want accountability for, guys? Is all of the fucking pedophiles? Right? And so Nick then, obviously, when he's basically getting called a pedophile by everybody on the internet, because yes, and here's what I'll say. And again, we're not anti Nick Fuentes on this channel. You guys know that. Although this is gross. And this is very telling when it comes to Nick Fuentes. Anyone, I don't care who you are. I don't care what fucking content creator you are, whether you're Megyn Kelly or Nick Fuentes or Donald Trump, if you're trying to normalize or move the goalposts on pedophilia, we're going to fucking smash you for it on this channel. I don't give a fuck who you are. Why? I have a 12-year-old daughter. And guess what my 12-year-old daughter is not? She is not barely legal, Nick. She is a fucking child. She is a child. 13-year-old girls are not barely legal, Megyn Kelly, Nick Fuentes. And so, no, this shouldn't be acceptable. And it's becoming normalized by conservatives, by the way, if you haven't been paying attention. And the other thing you got to ask yourself is, why is Nick Fuentes... Yeah, we're going to show... Yeah, Megyn Kelly did say that. We're going to show her clips, too. Why is Nick Fuentes defending Jeffrey Epstein? Why is Nick Fuentes essentially defending Donald Trump, the guy who's protecting Epstein? Does that not seem fucking weird to you? Isn't Nick Fuentes, like, where did this come from? That Nick Fuentes is all of a sudden the defender of Jeffrey Epstein. No, he's not being edgy because he had to come out and try to justify his position, which is what we're going to watch next. This is after he's been demolished for his basically pedo comments. Let's see what he said.
But what I said, and the point that I'm making about Epstein, people are getting caught up in the sensationalism of pedophile.
See, this is gross. What he's saying here is that the idea that all these rich 60 to 70-year-old men who were raping teenage girls, that's just sensationalized. What are you fucking talking about, dude? These are real victims. Like, we know, we have their stories. There's no sensationalism here. This is his rebuttal, by the way.
And I said this last year when the story broke. I said the exact same thing. I said, yes, they are sex crimes. Obviously, it is human trafficking. Obviously, according to the law, it is statutory rape.
Whoa. Nick Fuentes believes that 13-year-old girls who are being human trafficked are being statutory raped. Do you understand the goalpost moving here? You guys know what statutory rape is, right? When a minor who gives consent to someone who's not a minor, that's considered statutory rape, right? And a 18-year-old senior in high school is sleeping with his 17-year-old girlfriend. That's your typical statutory rape. No, actually, it turns out that women and young teenage girls who are being trafficked to foreign countries by elites can't give consent. So no, they are not being statutory raped. They are being raped because they are teenage girls. 13-year-old girls can't give consent while being human trafficked. This is goalpost moving. This is fucking gross. There's no defending this, by the way. I don't see anybody trying to defend it in the chat, but there's no defending this. It's indefensible, which is also makes it bizarre of like, why? What is the point here?
But it is in the service of a blackmail ring for intelligence. It is important not to lose sight of that.
Nobody's lost sight of that. Everyone knows that. What does that matter? Nick's he's trying to make it seem like, oh, well, because high side networks are using these teenage girls, that makes it okay. Because we get blackmail and we get leverage. The CIA gets blackmail and leverage. So it's okay. What are you fucking talking about? Nobody's lost sight of that. Nobody cares about that. What we care about is old, gross, elite men raping young American girls. And we want accountability for that. At least I thought that's what we wanted accountability for. Maybe not.
And this is a category error. People say you're a pedo protector, but Trump is not protecting pedophiles because they're pedophiles. He's protecting sex criminals because they are a part of a subversive intelligence network. That's the point.
We know. Everyone knows that. Our point, all of us here who aren't chomos, our point is we don't fucking care. We don't fucking care about that. We were willing to see the system burn down for those people to be held accountable. We're fine with the CIA losing its leverage over politicians. We're fine with Mossad losing its leverage over politicians to have accountability for all these gross fucks that are raping young American girls. We're okay with that, Nick. And that's what Nick's, all of a sudden he seems to think, and this is like, think about, we talked about Fed shit, right? Think about what he's really defending here. What he's saying is, don't lose sight of the fact that the CIA is gaining all this leverage and all this blackmail over people by trafficking 12 to 13-year-old girls. No, that's not the fucking country and government we want. That's the entire point of why we want the accountability, because we don't want to live under a system where that's happening. We all know it's happening. We're not fucking dumb. Everybody's known that since 2019.
And I said that in July, and I said that when there was more urgency for the files to be released in the fall. I said, let's not get too hung up on the sensational details of the actual sex crime, because this is not just about somebody was trafficking girls somewhere. That's not the story. The story is someone was trafficking girls to acquire blackmail to sell to Israel.
Yes, and that's still pedophilia. I don't see what point he's trying to make here. What? This isn't going to justify it. I know he's trying to bang his fists and saying, no, you don't understand. This is how Mossad and CIA gets their intel. We got that. We don't fucking care. It's gross, and we want accountability for it.
That is the point, and that is what I said last night. I said, for someone to make it all about pedophilia, I said, it's kind of just like, it's not really true, because
it is all about pedophilia. This is my entire point. Like I said earlier, if there was no minors involved, this is a story no one would care about. If Jeffrey Epstein was using 25-year-old Russian hookers to blackmail U.S. politicians, okay. Nobody cares. Now, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but like that story is dead 6 years ago. The entire story is the fact that this was an international child sex trafficking ring being run by our own fucking government. That's the story. The story isn't, oh, well, the CIA and Mossad have to use this to get leverage on people.
Again, it does get away from what's happening there. It is not satanic pedophilia cult stuff. It is really run-of-the-mill prostitution and sex trafficking, but for a
13-year-old girls are run-of-the-mill prostitution and sex trafficking. Like what? No, this is what pedophiles say. Like, no, this is normal. No, it's not normal, and we're not going to normalize it.
International political purpose. And it's important not to lose sight of that. I saw Marjorie Greene say this is about female victims. It's actually not about female victims.
Yes, it's literally about young teenage American girls who were sex trafficked by our own intelligence apparatuses to blackmail politicians. It's 100% about that. That's the story.
It's about the integrity of our government. You understand the difference? It's not to say we're not sympathetic. It's not to say that it's not criminal. It's not to say that it's good. I'm not defending it. I'm saying this is not Dateline. This is not a human interest story. This is a layered crime. It's one crime in the furtherance of a much more politically significant crime.
No. No, the international child sex trafficking ring is the big crime. Blackmailing politicians is way down here. Way down here. What Nick is trying to do is flip those. He's trying to say, no, actually, the intelligence networks in Israel blackmailing politicians, that's the real story. Don't worry about the fact that, it was all done through pedophilia. Don't worry about that. No, that's not how it's going to get reversed.
But all these dumbasses, I mean, they literally just don't have the IQ to understand that. For them, it's just about screeching about the same nonsense every day. They don't understand what they're talking about. They have no idea about anything.
Yeah, here you go. So Nick Fuentes, who is trying to say that 12-year-old girls are barely legal, is telling everybody else they have no idea what they're talking about. And it's like, no, Nick, first of all, Nick, you don't know more about anything high side intelligence apparatus, the way the government works, than someone like I do. You don't. Not even fucking anywhere close to begin with. And I can promise you, again, there is no bigger story than the pedophilia side of this story. That's why it's been one of the biggest stories there is in 6 years. That's why Donald Trump still is refusing to release the Epstein files. If there was no PDF shit involved, no one would care.
They hear something they don't like. They say, oh, he's with Israel now. He got paid. I'm sorry. I've been doing this way longer than you. When did you come on the scene? When did you get red pilled? Last year? 10 minutes ago? When did you start talking about this stuff? Oh, now you're the expert and the gatekeeper.
So when it comes to defending pedophiles, yes, we are the gatekeepers. And no, Nick Fuentes, you're 27 years old, bud. You're a child. You haven't been at this longer than anybody. You're a child. You have no kids. You're trying to claim that 12-year-old girls are legal. And it's just not going to fucking happen. It's not going to work. And I've got some groypers in here. And here's the thing. If you're a groyper, like this guy, see, he's got the groyper thing. You have to understand, you can't be a brain dead cult, right? As a groyper, you need to think for yourself. Just because Nick Fuentes says pedophilia is okay, you as a groyper should say, hey, actually, no, maybe that's not what I agree with. Okay? You don't have to agree with everything someone says just because you're a fan of them. And in this case, let's check the poll. 97% say yes, that's PDF behavior. So you're in the 3%. And if you are defending this, you're one of two things. And I'm sorry if this hurts your feeling, but if you are defending this, you are either a pedophile yourself or you defend pedophile behavior. That's it. And we don't do that here on this channel. It's gross. All this shit's gross. And guess what? It was gross when she did it. He's not even the first person to do this. We all remember this, right? It was just as bad.
Was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed. And that was what I reliably was told for many years. And in this person's view was not a pedophile. This is this.
Hold on. Look at some of these comments. It is crazy how many little chomos we have in here. Look at this. You got a chomo right here. Here's a 3%er. It's wild. Like, these people live amongst you. I want you guys to realize that. These people live amongst you. They live amongst your children. They're in your communities. They're in your society. They're in this chat right now. You guys understand that, right? There's people trying to normalize this. Here's one right here. James right here. This dude's a chomo, right? This dude should have his browser history investigated by the FBI. They're amongst us, guys. Like, that's a pedo right there. I can promise you that. It's gross. There's a lot of it. And again, what I would like to see from Nick is like, just walk it back, dude. Like, that's not a winning take. And he's getting destroyed for it everywhere. Left, right, center, conservative, America First, MAGA, left. There's no excuse for that. There's no normalizing, hey, it's no big deal for 70-year-olds to be, raping 13-year-old American girls. There's none. There's zero. There's nothing there. Right? Now, that's gross. Obviously, all that's gross. But when we're talking about this, it's also some very other bizarre stuff that Nick, as an America First, I just don't understand what's going on with Nick right now. Here's a few other ones. Let's talk about foreign policy.
That's not moral. They intervened in another country. You violated their sovereignty.
I don't give a shit. I don't care at all. We do it all the time, and we've done it for centuries. It's called Manifest Destiny. It's called the Mexican-American War, the Spanish-American War, the Bay of Pigs. We do it all the time. This is our world, and at the minimum, this is our half. This is our half of the world for us to have uncontested, undisputed dominance, military, commercial, naval, every way, shape, and form. And we will take what we are entitled to. We will take what makes us safer, richer, more prosperous. We will take what we want. Nobody can stop us, and we'll do it again, and I hope we do.
Is he just mini Donald Trump now? Let me explain this. Now, at first, you're going to have people be like, yes, America first, America imperialism, take what we want, do what we want. Okay, let me explain this to you. In American history, and let's talk about global war on terror, going into Afghanistan, going into Iraq, going into Venezuela, all of these things, forever wars, who is the group that actually goes out and exercises that American might? Who has to actually go forward and do that for the American government? Who does it? Does Nick Fuentes do it? Does Nick Fuentes go and invade Venezuela? Does Nick Fuentes go and invade Afghanistan or Iraq? Does Matt Walsh do that? Does Ben Shapiro do that? Who does that? Who actually goes and does that? Who fought the Vietnam War? Who fought World War II? Who fought World War I? The military does that. The military does that. And you know what I'm getting real fucking sick and tired of in the conservative talking head space is people like Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, and now I don't even know why, Nick Fuentes, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, Randy Fine. All of these people who never served, never fought the wars, they're the ones that can't get ahead of their fucking selves fast enough to cheer on American imperialism, which again has to be done through the blood of young American men and women in the military. So that's great if you're going to cheer that on. Okay, let's talk about Venezuela, because that's what he's talking about there. He loves it. He loves the fact that we're invading sovereign countries. Okay, is that America first? Well, what does America first mean? What does America first actually mean? Maybe that's what we need to figure out, is what does America first actually mean? Because to me, invading Venezuela, and if we were to take their oil, which by the way, we didn't, because we left the Maduro regime in power and now we're not doing anything to Venezuela. But let's say that we actually did. All of us here in the chat, the American working class person, what do you think that does for you? What does invading Venezuela do for you? You and your everyday life. You think it's going to bring down your gas prices? It's not, by the way, and I can explain why. It does nothing for you. What did invading Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and overthrowing Gaddafi in Libya, destabilizing Lebanon, Sudan, Somalia, what did that do for you, the American person, in the last 25 years? It didn't lower your gas prices, didn't lower your energy costs. In fact, what's happened to the cost of living in the last 30 years? Housing market, grocery costs, it's fucking tripled, quadrupled, 5x'd. Nothing about American imperialism over the last, let's say, since World War II None of it has done anything positive for the American working class people. It's been fantastic for who? The military industrial complex, the oil conglomerates, the tech companies, the AI companies, the billionaire class, the banks. It's been amazing for them. So what does America First actually mean? Because to me, when I hear Nick Fuentes go on a rant about how amazing it is for America, for American military industrial complex and bankers and Donald Trump and politicians, yeah, it's fucking amazing for them. And it's horrible for the American working class person. We can tell. Let's all take a look around at the economy and the labor market. So to me, and I've made this very, very clear 100 times because I'm very America First. America First means to me in the best interest of the American working class person, not in the best interest of fucking Goldman Sachs or Raytheon or Boeing or Chevron, Exxon. That's not what America First means. At least it shouldn't. But that's what all of a sudden Nick Fuentes' new version of America First. It's the neocon Lindsey Graham version of America First. That clip you just saw of Nick Fuentes, you could hear Lindsey Graham literally say the exact same fucking thing. So if Lindsey Graham and you are partnered in your message, are you America First? That's it, like when did Nick Fuentes become a neocon fucking Fed puppet? And I'm not trying to beat up on him. I'm just saying these are things he's saying. When did this pivot happen? Because again, we've been very, very supportive of Nick on this channel, but all of a sudden we're Lindsey Graham, we're protecting Epstein, we're defending Epstein, we're defending pedos, we're cheering on American imperialism for oil companies. Like, what are we fucking talking about here? You know what I mean? Like if you're ideologically aligned with Lindsey Graham, you need to take a fucking step back and be like, maybe this isn't in the best interest. But here, we got another one here. We'll talk about it. This is about the Maduro.
Can I just say, I take immense pride in this operation as an American. And I really don't understand how you can't, because this is such a sophisticated, such an ambitious, such an awesome exercise of military force. I really question what kind of person you are if you can't take pride in it just by itself. Forget for a moment about the significance of it, the ramifications. My first reaction when I saw this, because I woke up in the morning a few hours after it took place, I felt pride as an American because no other country can do this. This is a level of joint operations combining Navy, Air Force, Special Forces. No other country on earth can do anything like this. It's awesome. We parked an aircraft carrier, 20,000 troops off the coast for 6 months. We lit up their boats, lit up their territory, and then like lightning, we went in 2 hours. Air defenses turned off. Internet, literally the lights, the electrical grid turned off.
Now, let's talk about this. Was the American military operation badass? Yes, it was. I've said that before. Absolutely. From a tactical, strategic, military operation standpoint, fucking raw. However, if you are America First, I'm talking about the decision to do that. I've been highly critical of. I think it was fucking retarded. Nick's bragging about how awesome this was that we parked an entire aircraft carrier group outside of Venezuela for 6 months. And this is what when we don't actually have the knowledge about the military and foreign conflict and everything that really goes into it, which Nick doesn't have. Okay, and I'm not trying to beat him up, but he just doesn't. He's a 27-year-old kid who never served. He has no idea how any of this works. What he isn't thinking about is, what the fuck do you think it cost the American taxpayer to park an aircraft carrier strike group outside of Venezuela for 6 months. What do you think, you, the American taxpayer, what do you think the return on investment for that is? Because I could show you how much it fucking costs. And it ain't cheap. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about aircraft carrier strike groups, the most expensive thing in the U.S. military. Okay, let's look at actual costs right here. The daily operating cost of one aircraft carrier strike group per day, 17 to 25 million fucking dollars per day. This is just to park it there. This doesn't have to do with all the money you got to pay the soldiers, everything else that goes into this. This is just to park it per day, $25 million per day. We also have 11 of these, by the way. But let's talk about the actual math to that. So if we do $25 million per day, right, times 180 days, 6 months, what did that cost us? $4.5 fucking billion. $4.5 billion just to park the aircraft carrier strike group. That's not that went into the operations. That's not to pay all the soldiers, all of the other stuff that goes into that. Probably tens of billions, if not close to 100 billion fucking dollars went in taxpayer dollars to pay for us collecting Maduro. I would say probably $100 billion was probably the cost of that. What's the return on investment? We're talking about America first, right? Are we not America first here? How does $100 billion spent by the U.S. taxpayer to do that? What's your return on investment? Is your kid's school, is your kid's local high school getting any better? Are you getting access to health care? Is infrastructure being improved? I'm just asking. What do you think the return on investment of that, of capturing Maduro? And people will try to say, oh, well, it's all Venezuela's oil that we got. We didn't get any of their fucking oil. The closest we got, so you guys know, because this is what the Trump administration is bragging about, is $300 million. This is the big win, is that we're going to split between Venezuelan banks and our government $300 million. That's the big win. $300 million. And it cost us what? Probably $100 billion to do. And so these are things you should be asking yourself when we're talking about what's really America first. Well, how could those tens of fucking billions of dollars, how could have those maybe been used in a better way for the American people? Could you guys think of any different ways instead of parking an aircraft carrier strike group off the coast of Venezuela for 6 months just so we could kidnap a president and then leave his entire regime in power and actually change nothing? Do you guys think there's maybe a better way we could have used those funds? Again, these are just things you should think about. I know it's fun to talk about how badass this stuff is. But do we care about America? Do we care about the American working class people? Because I do, and that's why I'm critical. Disabled veterans? Yeah, unless you're Matt Walsh, then you definitely don't want to see the money going to disabled vets. But this is just kind of these are kind of the second and third order effects that I think about, that someone like Nick Fuentes is like, this is way over his head, and he'd find that offensive to say, but it's so far over his head of thinking about, in, again, second and third order effects of foreign policy decision making, that, yeah, okay, cool, super cool, but you spend $100 billion to get nothing out of it. No, but he's not, right? Here's the thing. You're a groiper and you're a little fucking simp, but like, he's not about these specific things, because he doesn't have the knowledge that goes into the military and foreign conflict or any of these types of things. And that's fine. Not everybody's going to be an expert in everything. I'm not an expert in everything, but these are things you should think about if you're America first. So we could do a poll, see what the chat thinks. We'll just ask. Now that I've explained it to you and I've showed you the cost benefit analysis of this, because that's really what this is, what do you guys think? Was capturing Maduro worth it? Now that you know it cost us about 1,000 times more than we're going to get the benefit out of it for the American people, just so we could flex our military might on the world, which if that's what your big win is, that's great. But like we already did that. We've already done that. The entire world knows the United States is the biggest fucking dick in the world when it comes to the military. Nobody is questioning that. Nobody's questioning that. But again, just the decisions that we make, I don't know. All right, and then one more. Talking about Mexico here. Again, sorry to beat him up. I know if you're, we're not, guys, again, I like Nick. But if he says a bunch of stupid shit that's super fucking non-American first, we should be able to call that out.
I see a lot of people saying, you want to annex Venezuela and Mexico? So let me get this straight. You want to deport all these Hispanics and then take their countries? I didn't say we're going to let them vote. Who said anything about that? Because I've legitimately seen that. I'm going full imperialist on the show. I'm saying, take the oil, take Venezuela, take Mexico. And I see all these heritage Americans. They're like, oh boy. So Nick wants to deport all these Venezuelans and then take their country. It's like, bro, we don't got to let them vote. I didn't say we got to make them the 51st state. They're a colony. What about colonialism? Don't you understand? We're not going to give them the right to vote.
Here's another do we just not understand history at all? You're talking about invading foreign countries, destabilizing them, colonizing them, and we just won't let them vote. Okay, let's look at what we just did as America on behalf of Israel over the entire global war on terror. Nick, and here's another thing. Nick, who his biggest issue is immigration. And I'm not necessarily going to say I'm disagree with him on this. His biggest issue is the refugee crisis, the Somalians, all the immigration that's been brought to the United States and Europe and all these things. That's his biggest issues, right? Okay, well, where do you think all of these fucking refugees from Latin America and the Middle East came from? They came from, especially in the Middle East, over the last 25 years, when we went in, we destabilized Afghanistan and Iraq and Somalia and Saddam and Syria and Lebanon and Libya. We killed multiple millions of people, and then we created a 30 million person refugee crisis that we then imported all of those refugees to Europe and the United States. The same thing in Latin America. Where do you think all of these immigrants, illegal immigrants, came from? They came from Latin American countries that the United States destabilized and overthrew their governments. Guys, we overthrew like 30 different Latin American governments since 1970. We destabilize, we overthrow regimes, we create the refugee crisis, and then we take all the refugees. So why are we cheering on doing the exact same thing that created the immigration crisis that he is most critical of? How does that make any sense? Because again, we're not thinking anywhere above surface level on this. Again, what are the second, third order effects of these decisions? Well, what do you think is going to happen if we overthrow Venezuela, which we didn't do, by the way? We captured their president and left their government intact. But if we did go in there and completely change the regime, create a massive civil war, massive refugee crisis, where are those refugees going to go? They're going to flood into Mexico and then up into the United States. We've already seen it. So American imperialism has caused the vast majority of the problems that America First is complaining about. And that's why we are critical of invading 19 different fucking sovereign countries for no reason. That's why the global war on terror didn't work. Let's see what you guys thought. Capturing Maduro worth it? 83% said no, 17% said yes. Interesting on the yeses. What did we get out of it? What do we get out of it? It was cool. We flexed how badass, the Air Force and Delta Force are, for sure, which I love as a Green Beret special operator myself. Super cool. But we got nothing out of it, guys. And there will be nothing that we get out of it. Trump got a Nobel Peace Prize. I did see that. We're going to talk about that. Unfortunately, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee has already stated you can't transfer the prize. So Donald Trump has another participation trophy. Again, look. Oh, good question. Somebody said, what whiskey you got there? This is actually a great time for us to talk about exactly what type of whiskey I got here. Right before we move into the next part of the show, which is going to get real spicy about Erika Kirks. So yes, we're gonna cut it there. Again, look, man, I'm all about people who are America First. I'm all about content creators who are pushing America First agenda, but you have to actually push America First agenda. You can't just regurgitate Lindsey Graham talking points and then claim you're America First and then say, I've been at this longer than everybody. It's no, not really. You're 27. You know what I mean? And you sound like Lindsey Graham. So let's recalibrate. Let's recalibrate ourselves. Right? And let's actually focus on what is America First. Look at this guy. You can tell. Smarter than you. Look at him. Look at this guy wearing his badass mask indoors. Oh, fucking hardcore, bro. Oh, sick. Are you a Proud Boy? Again, what do you guys think about this guy? Can you imagine taking a profile picture like this? Fucking dork in glasses with a fucking mask acting like he's a tough guy. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. You're a fucking nerd, dude. Change your profile picture. You look like a fucking douche, dude. Come on. Dude. Don't do that, guys. Guys, don't do that. Do not take pictures of yourself like that and then make them your profile pictures. Okay? Yeah. Says Parker got it. It's just do not do that. Okay? Look, and again, it's been a rough week for Nick, right? Defending Epstein, defending pedophiles, cheering on, sounding like Lindsey Graham. I'm sorry, man. Get your shit back together, right? Get your shit back together. You're not smarter than everybody. I know you think you are. You have great verbal intelligence, great verbal IQ, but your takes recently are fucking bad and they're not American First. So recalibrate, get back together, and get on board, man. Nick seems to think he's the only person in the America First movement. It's look, motherfucker, some of us have been fighting on behalf of the United States a lot longer than you. And not just with a fucking microphone. And you should remember that. Okay. Now, we're going to jump into Erika Kirks next. But first, we're going to do sponsor of today's live stream, which is going to be our partners at Heritage Distilling. Yes, which is the whiskey that I'm drinking right now. Fantastic whiskey. We've talked about them before. And guys, the thing that I love about Heritage Distilling is that everything they do is give backs to the military and the veteran community. Okay. So what we're going to be talking about today is their new D-Day 80th anniversary 3-bottle set. You can actually get this in one bottle if you want. I've actually got it right here next to me as well. And it commemorates D-Day, which I think is amazing. All right, we'll talk about it a little bit here. So they have their land, sea, and air 3-bottle set. And guys, it's a great gift for, your dad, your grandpa, if you're like my family, right? The reason why I really like this is my dad or my grandpa actually jumped into Normandy on D-Day. And so I actually gave my dad this exact bottle set as a gift for Christmas. But as you can see here, yes. So the 3-bottle set is the limited edition sea, land, air. And the best part about Heritage is that every single bottle that they sell, a large portion of their profits goes straight to veteran charities. And one of the biggest charities that they do is the Green Beret Foundation, which is the best charity to donate to if you want to support the Green Beret community by far. All right, so Heritage says here, we are proud to support the Green Beret Foundation, the Jedbird Media Channel, upcoming D-Day documentary, Unknown Heroes Behind Enemy Lines at D-Day. Your purchase supports these and other non-profit efforts to honor our current and retired military members and their families. Learn more about the documentary here. And yes, guys, they have already donated over or close to $250,000 to the Green Beret Foundation and other military and veteran nonprofits. Okay, so if you're like me, you love whiskey, which I do. It's also fantastic whiskey, super, super high quality. The link is in the pinned comment. Head on over there, support the channel, also support Heritage, because again, the fact that they donate so much money and so much of their profits to veteran charities is, that's why we're working with them, right? So again, we'll put the link in the pinned comment here. Is it already there, or did I put it in there? I was supposed to put it in there earlier. Maybe I didn't. This is it right here. All right, let's throw it in there. Make sure we don't screw this up. And then we'll jump in and start talking about everybody's favorite Erika Kirk. Can I not? Ooh. Uh-oh. Looks like the link is too big. I have to oh Jesus. Hold on. Well, we're gonna have to actually put the just the regular website in here. All right, we'll put this in here. Regular website. We'll talk to them about that link being too big. Anyway, guys, again, great way to do it if you want to support the military, you want to support veteran charities, and also grab some whiskey. Great way to do it. All right. So pin comment here. Head on over there. Great gift, especially if you got a grandpa or something like that that served in the military. Okay, great. We did it. Now let's jump in and start talking about what is, of course, what everybody's really here for, is to see all the fucking psychotic shit going on with Erika Kirk. Yes. Guys, we tried to for a long time to be gracious to Erika Kirk. But at this point, I would say we're far enough along that there's no more emotional blackmail that's going to happen. I think we're all done with that. We're all done with the being told that we can't criticize what's happening with Erika or TPUSA. I think we're done with that. And so this week has been wild. The videos that have come out about her from her past, which, look, if you're a CIA plant and used to be a coke whore and you were a party girl, I don't care. Okay. I'm not judgmental, right? I really am not. However, if that's who you are, and you also try to shove down my throat that you're the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary, that's where I have a problem. And I think that's where everybody's got a big problem, right? Is like, you're trying to emotionally blackmail us when you're fucking sketchy as shit. And that's what we're going to watch. So we're going to use a couple of course, my buddy's videos on here. Dan from Heavy Duty Country covered all this. So we're going to use his, Jesse on Fire as well. The big one we're going to look at first is the CIA video. This has popped up this week. Some of you guys may have seen it. And we're going to talk about it. And I'm going to give you guys my impressions on what I think this really is. But we'll use Dan's video for this just because he's my buddy in real life. So let's do it.
Oh, folks, it is getting wild out there. Folks, I don't even really know how to start this one other than at this point, Erika Kirk seems like she is a honeypot. She seems as if she is a person that what you see is not what you get. It's several layers depending on, how she's feeling that day. So look, there's so much new stuff. This is going to be a 2-part video because I can't possibly fit all of this into one thing. There is a documentary or film or video or whatever the hell people want to call it of Erika Kirk presenting next to the CIA. And mainly this is about EMP attacks and the vulnerability of the entire United States grid. Why the hell would she be presenting about that? Well, her parents were deeply involved with this kind of stuff. Let's just take a gander here.
1 being cyber, 2 being hackers, 3 being physical threats, 4th one is solar EMP, and the 5th one is man-made EMP. So the concern that we have is that we put out this critical information, and when we go over this risk analysis, they hear what we're saying, but they don't want to take action.
Well, there are 18 critical infrastructures in the United States.
Who is we when we put out this information? Is this the CIA? Because now the former head of the CIA is talking, and you had just talked. So what is your role here? The fuck is going on?
States, food, water, transportation, communications, etc. All 17 of the others depend on electricity.
All right, we're going to stop for a second. We're going to talk about this. Now, why the fuck is Erika Kirk in a essentially CIA Department of Defense video talking about the threats of modern warfare and EMPs? Why might that be a thing? Now, some people may think, oh, well, Erika Kirk, she's, somehow deep involved in the CIA or fucking whatever. And that's not what I see here. What I see here is an actress. What I see here is someone's daughter who they decided, hey, let's hey, our daughter is an actress. She's a theater kid, and we can use her as the face of this video. Okay. So yeah, she's definitely a prop in this video. It's not like she's some fucking savant that's developing EMPs. Okay. However, her family, her mom and dad, that's, as many of you guys already know, her dad, who was, obviously the person who founded Raytheon Israel, as well as her mom being a high-level defense contractor as well. I would say what I'm seeing here. Oh, I got something in my beard. What I got it. What I see here is, yeah, we got it. What I see here is somebody's kid, right? It's this high-level defense contractor whose kid they wanted to give an opportunity to, be a part of this. However, that still gets us into the family ties of like, if Erika Kirk is being used for a prop in a CIA level video. Now, is this a CIA level video? Well, I also found this, and I tried to do a little research to figure out what this actually was. And there were some community notes that came into this that actually, sorry, that was random JD Van. Okay. That's my algorithm, by the way. The community note down here. Let's, I don't know if you guys can see this, but it says this clip comes from 2015 documentary Black Start. It's actually not CIA produced. However, her family's business, her mom and dad's business, includes EMP protection tech. So what I think this is more looking like is that, again, her family and her dad, most explicitly, as we know, being the founder of Raytheon Israel, that's most likely a video. And I've seen videos like this in the military when products are trying to be pitched to the military. That looks like a pitch video from a defense contracting company, most likely run by her mom and dad, or at least her dad, and that's actually being pitched to the Department of Defense, rather than that being like a CIA propaganda video. What that looks to me like is an actual pitch video from her family's company, or who, you know, if her mom and dad or her dad is running a company that's doing EMP protection, that's being pitched to the Department of Defense. And that's why she was saying there, like, you know, we show all the people that we show them the problems, but they don't really care. Right. Because when you're talking about EMPs, that's kind of like the future of warfare. It's one of those risks that we believe is there, but we haven't really seen tactically on the battlefield yet. But you have to ask yourself, like, okay, why is Erika Kirk, again, or her family, that high up and that connected? And again, the CIA is involved in this video, right? That connected to the CIA, that connected to defense contracting. It's very, very bizarre. When we then look at, like, again, because we're going to look at her whole backstory here and how that integrates into her persona, the persona that we're being fed, right? The persona that we're being fed is she's this trad wife, traditional wife, like, oh, this just good girl that doesn't know anything, and I'm just here to raise babies, and I met Charlie in Israel, and I don't know anything, right? And then Charlie gets shot in the face, and all of a sudden she becomes the CEO of Turning Point USA. All of a sudden, our greatest ally becomes the forefront of TPUSA. That all is getting shoved down everybody's throats. So again, when you look at her backstory and her family connections and her dad's connections to our greatest ally, and the fact that she met Charlie Kirk on a pilgrimage, randomly, of course, in Israel, it starts to get a little suspicious with her backstory. But there's way more to look at, because this is just the start of it.
If our grid goes down, you can't cook. You're not.
Also, she's in a video with Judge Gene. Judge Gene here. It's just some interesting characters that are all involved.
Not going to heat anything. You can't run any of your medical supplies. You can't talk on your phone. You can't take money out of a bank, and we turn into total chaos.
If this happens, the system stops.
If a transformer is taken down, we have.
So for a lot of people, that's true. A lot of people are not prepared for something like this. A lot of people have no clue what to do if their power goes.
All right, hold on. Dan's about to pitch some ads. Sorry, Dan, but we're going to move forward. But again, to my point, she was the trad wife, right? Like the trad wife, the traditional wife. Nobody ever saw her. She's just there to keep her mouth shut and raise babies. But now all of a sudden she's this feminist icon that's the CEO of a company with the real backstory of the fact that her family is deeply tied to the CIA and intelligence networks in the military industrial complex. Okay.
My opinion, it's one of the most sick things ever. What if somebody doesn't know that Charlie Kirk is dead? What if they haven't been following it? And then they see Charlie Kirk videos from the past, and then they see a post from his account, and they think he's alive. It's just, what the fuck, man? But check out this. Just feminism. Big feminism going on. I'll tell you right now, I had never heard of Erika Kirk ever before Charlie Kirk died.
Neither had I. And I think we've done that poll. We're going to do that poll right now to see. Just, did you know who Erika Kirk was before Charlie died? Just yes or no? I didn't. I had no idea. I didn't even know Charlie was married.
Not once. If you were to tell me, hey, who is Charlie married to? I would have no idea. I would probably guess Candace Owens before I guessed some blonde that apparently is, in with the Israeli government and the CIA. So here's what it says. This is great. I love feminism. Just a great opportunity to just join us at our Women's Leadership Summit 2026, curated for women of all ages who are cultivating wellness, clarity, and purposeful growth. And then you just have a picture of you with your back to everybody in the post. So look, I'm all about empowering women, but just so everybody's clear here, I am very much a traditional person when it comes to gender roles and when it comes to what is realistic in the world. And I think it's one extremely disrespectful that Erika Kirk took over Charlie's business or nonprofit or whatever they want to call it this quickly. How are you qualified? What are your qualifications to run that big of an organization? Oh, just because you saw somebody else doing it? Let me tell you something. Watching and doing is very different. It's why there are very few people on the Yankees and there are a shitload of people in the stands. Erika should be in the stands. She should be mourning. She should be a mother. They never have to worry about money again. But now there's this play of like, she's talking about midterms. She's talking about JD Vance in 2028. Here's an interesting one. I don't think anybody has ever seen the faces of Charlie and Erika.
Okay. I'm going to be honest. This has happened 3 times in the last week. All 3 times this has happened, there's been very specific things I've been talking about. Very specific things. You remember from Tuesday, the 2 times this happened Tuesday were 2 very specific things we were talking about. It's getting a little creepy. The only times my mic has gone out is right when I've started talking about very specific subjects. Okay. Anyway, before the bizarreness there, let's get back to it. Okay. Again, that's weird. Okay, anyway. Yeah, somebody said it's an EMP from Erika. Yeah. She said stop. All right, here comes the jokes. Okay, we're back. But guys, that's pretty weird that this is the third time that's happened in a week, and all three times were exactly when I started criticizing this very specific people. Sure, it's probably a technical issue. It's just very random timing for it to have happened each time. Okay, whatever. Let's keep moving. Let's get back to it. Okay, where were we at here? Yes, this is where I wanted to get back to on Dan's episode, and then we'll keep moving. No, cancel that. All right, and we are back. Here we go. All right, this is where I wanted to get to.
Events in 2028. Here's an interesting one. I don't think anybody has ever seen the faces of Charlie and Erika Kirks' kids.
Which I don't have a problem with at all, guys. Like, I don't like showing my kids on the internet as well. Hardly ever. I think I have maybe one or two pictures. If you go to my wife's Instagram, you can find it. So I don't have a problem with that necessarily. However, this is bizarre because this is, as Dan's going to show here, what is this? 8 months apart.
But this is interesting. December 25th, 2024, and then September 9th, 2025. They got him on growth hormone or something.
Yeah, this is weird.
It's impressive. Where do I get some stuff like that? Y'all can ask my mom. I was a 12-pound baby. I was huge. God. Back in the time when they actually let babies get that big and didn't induce labor. When some people saw my frangible test, they're like, holy cow, you're huge. You don't look that big on camera. I don't know what to tell you. But I was a big kid. I was 6'1", 200 as a freshman in high school. But this dude's going to be the biggest dude in the world. Set the record. I don't want to make fun of or even talk about things that people can't control. But there is something very, very weird with Erika Kirk's eyes. And while I'm talking about this, I have a sty on my eye right now. I talked about it the other day.
We're gonna come back to the video, but to shit, all my browsers reset when I restarted. Let's actually take a look at that, because I actually have videos specifically on that. That, to Dan's point, fucking weird stuff. It's just more bizarreness. Okay. Again, sorry, I got to. Oh, here we go. Had to reset.
We said our prayer and we asked the Lord to protect us, and we asked the Lord that his will be done. That's what we did. Before tours.
I mean, it's fucking creepy, dude. I'm sorry. That's not like for me to give grace would be like, well, she's a theater kid, right? She's an actress. She's being over the top. But like, dude, her eyes, and like, it's not just one clip. It's not just two clips. Like, it's just like every time you watch her. Oh shit, I don't want to lose that one. Every time you watch her, to Dan's point, it's kind of fucking scary in a lot of ways.
Let me tell y'all, just count your blessings, because I'm halfway about to just cut my eyelid off.
We said our prayer and we asked the Lord to protect us.
To the students, unable to understand, really.
Yes, on guard. I don't know a portion of where I sit today, which I'm very.
And I was standing in the ticket line. We'll meet for dinner.
No, of course. But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that he's sovereign, but he's just. And so let the Lord handle that.
Can I have one thing? Can I have one thing? It's what the conspiracy collection. Get it before Christmas. Like, rally the troops. Burn the city down. March in the streets.
And if God's merciful enough.
Oh my God.
To stop.
I mean, Guys, that's fucking, it's creepy. And there's a lot more we're going to watch too. Before we get into what I think's really going on here.
Everybody thinks we should all mourn a certain way.
Right.
Okay, well, until you walk a mile in someone else's shoes, don't lecture people.
100%.
Everybody.
I'm going to disagree with that. Because what Erika keeps doing is she keeps going on all of these podcasts and she keeps saying, why won't people just leave me alone? Why won't you just give me my privacy? Have you heard her say that? Why can't we just have our privacy? And it's like, because 48 hours after your husband got shot in the fucking throat on live TV, you started your podcast tour. She started her podcast tour within 48 hours. And so you're going, if you put yourself, anyone who puts yourself in the media space, like, you're going to open yourself up for criticism. Happens to me. I get attacked all the time. You guys see that, just like every creator does. And so for her, what I think the entire point was, is I think what TPUSA thought, and I may be wrong, but this is what I think TPUSA thought. I think TPUSA thought that we can shove Erika Kirk into the CEO position because she's the grieving widow. And what that gives us is this huge defensive barrier against criticism. You can't look into our company. You can't look into anything sketchy that we had going on. You can't look into all the weird shit that happened at the Charlie Kirk assassination. You're not allowed to criticize that because of the grieving widow CEO. The grieving widow CEO emotionally blackmails the country and says, you're not allowed to look into what happened to Charlie Kirk. Because TPUSA sure as fuck didn't, right? And so any criticism of the FBI or any criticism of the weird shit going on with TPUSA or any criticism of the fact that Charlie Kirk himself said right before he got killed that he was done with the pro-Israel movement, any criticism of that gets automatically shut down and deflected because you're attacking a grieving widow, and you're not allowed to do that. And I think that was TPUSA's strategy from the very beginning. Now, was that done by Erika Kirk herself? Was that a ploy by people like Andrew Colvett to shove her into that position? I don't know that for sure, but that's very, very clearly what the entire intent behind this was. And to put her on this podcast tour, right? Again, the grieving widow, which you would have thought, I guess maybe that could have worked. It worked for the evangelicals, I guess. We saw with the giant fucking fireworks and the memorial and the 97 podcasts she did, and then AmFest, more Goldberg WWE entrances. But at the same time, you're not allowed to criticize that. Right? We saw it everywhere. Somebody said, "You think I'm drunk?" I haven't even finished my first drink. I haven't even finished one drink, dude. In an hour and 20 minutes, we're on our first drink. Jesus Christ. Some of you guys are fucking retarded. Not my community, but some of the idiots that come in here. To think that a giant man as big as I am gets drunk off half a glass. Holy shit. Holy shit. All right. We got way more to talk about with Erika Kirk still. We're not done. We're not even close to done. Because again, we haven't even gotten to the grift, the financial grift that's come along with this. We all know, we've seen it. The $150 million fucking dollars that have been raised. $150 million that have been raised. On top of everything that we've seen. All right, we got more. We're gonna hit some super chats. I don't want to get too far behind. I've been kind of on a roll here. I don't think we haven't stopped for super chats yet, so I'm sorry. 8'11". Thanks, Mr. I'm not that big. I'm not that big. Me and Dan from Heavy Duty Country about the same size. So if you know how big he is, then we're the same size. Okay, let's hit some super chats, and then we're gonna jump back into this shit's gonna get real weird. It's gonna get real weird. We're gonna start talking about comments about doing coke and ex-boyfriends that supposedly don't exist, that exists, and banging athletes, and just a lot of again, I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to judge. If you're a female that has a party questionable past, I'm really not a judgmental guy on that, but if you also want to portray yourselves as the second coming of the Virgin Mary, maybe you're going to get judged a little bit on that. All right, let's hit a few, and then we'll jump back into it. All right, glad to found another live. Brother, God bless you and your family. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you for always being here, brother. Hoppin says, can you please tell the story falling from a helo? I didn't fall from a helo. I got injured on a military free fall skydiving accident. I have seen people literally fall out of a helo in fast roping, though. I saw a fucking Australian guy fall about 40 feet out of a helicopter in a training exercise. That's a different story for a different day, though, for my Australian fans. War says, I don't know what to make of Nick. It seems like self-sabotage to me. Can anybody verify that he was at the Capitol on January 6th? Nothing adds up. I refuse to believe we are in the Matrix, but here we are. He was at the Capitol, and I think that's where a lot of the Fed, and again, I'm not necessarily calling him the Fed. I'm just saying, like, when you are ideologically aligned with Lindsey Graham, you might want to reevaluate. That's all I'm saying. Barely Legal is 18. Yes, correct. It turns out Barely Legal is 18, not 12. Thank you for that. They're misconstruing this term on purpose. Yes, they are. They're moving the goalposts. Come on, Nick. Always had a creep factor. Just saying. For fuck's sake, Nate, who's forcing him to say this? He has no excuse for this stance. Again, Bobby, I don't get it. I don't know what the winning play there is. I need some tequila for this episode because I feel like everyone has lost it. Yeah, Kim. Mixed Scorch says, love your perspective. Thank you for the service and being the voice of reason in the crazy age. What do you think of Sasha Riley and his story? It's pretty damning if true. Again, you guys asked me about that. It's written right down here in my notebook. Actually, could probably show you that. Can you see that? Sasha Riley? It's there. I just haven't had a chance to look into it. Turns out, guys, I'm feeling much better now. After Tuesday, you guys know I had my respiratory shit I was dealing with for like 2 weeks. Thought I was getting better. The Tuesday Political Live, woke up the next morning, literally thought I was dying. Actually, finally went to the doctor, and I had pneumonia. So, we got that going for us. So we're hanging in there. Okay. But yeah, so luckily antibiotics and everything got me to where I'm feeling pretty good tonight, but the last 2 days have been rough. 3% of the audience says it's not grape. I know. That's like I said, they live amongst us, by the way. Megyn Kelly called it barely legal and listed her own daughter's age horrific. Yes, she did. Gross. I hate more than most MAGA because of that. Yeah. As Megyn said, at least she wasn't 8. That's like Megyn Kelly's most famous quote now is, at least she wasn't 8, which is, it's gross. Jackoff says the goalpost for the PDF is the state law. Yeah, well, nowhere is 12 legal in the United States, it turns out. Bobby says Nick will not come back for this in my eyes. Tugging, disgusting. He will with his own audience, but I mean, he should walk that one back for sure. AJ says California Uber Owls, Nick Fuentes, Federals, dead Kennedys called this 4 or 5 weeks ago. Glad everyone sees it now. Thank you for doing a live stream on this. Nate is a glowy. What's a glowy, AJ? Sorry, I don't know the terms, guys. What's a glowy? What's a glowy? Somebody will tell me. A lot of people in this comment section rationalizing and excusing what Nick said. Someone checked their hard drives because what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse for it. Zero. Sometimes it turns out, even if you're a fan of somebody, including me, there may be a time that I say something that's just probably not viscerally wrong, morally wrong, and you should call me out for that. You should call people you support for that. Like if my own friends, like if Jesse on Fire came out and said, no, 12-year-olds are barely legal, which he wouldn't because he has daughters, I would say Jesse's fucking gross and he shouldn't have said that. Again, he would never say that, but that's my point. It's okay to call people out even if you're supporters of them if they say dumb shit. Why does anyone with an IQ over dirt listen to this loudmouth twerp? Well, when you knows, she knows. Oppenheimer says, Nick's point is this. There are bigger people than Epstein. That was used to game Blackwell. Who is requiting Epstein? They are the real string pullers. Yeah, that has nothing to do with saying 12-year-olds. That has nothing. This is the problem, right? Is you're trying to conflate two things, and Nick tried to conflate two things. That like saying, hey, 12-year-olds are barely legal, but also this is the point I'm making. No, because you said 12-year-olds are barely legal. That by itself, it doesn't matter what you said over here because you said this and you're fucking gross for saying this. Right? That's my point with that. Maybe the new Fed slap Fuentes is blackmail on his mind for a reason. I thought it was January 6th, but maybe he has a hard drive, got access. I don't know. I mean, it's gone back and forth. A lot of people have thought Nick was a Fed ever since January 6th. But this whole like weird Lindsey Graham defending pedophiles, defending interventionalism is just, it's bizarre. It's bizarre for him because of his platform and his ideology. It doesn't match his own ideology. That's my criticism with it. Wasn't Virginia Griffey 15 years old when she was working at Trump's spa? I think she was 14 when she first started. Six's mom says, Nick, when you're fighting so hard to make the grape the worst thing, which it is, you make me think that you're grasping 12, 13, 14-year-olds. You're grasping 12, 13, 14-year-olds. Are you trying to play down that for some reason? Aloha from Kauai, that's sick. It is. Guys, and again, a lot of us are parents. Like, again, I have a 12-year-old daughter. And so when I hear this, I just immediately get a visceral cringe reaction of like, that is a fucking child. 12-year-old is a fucking child. There's nothing adult about that. And so when you're talking about 60-year-old fucking men, it's gross. There's no excuse for it. There's no rationalizing it. There's no moving the goalpost. It's, for me, full stop. 0 out of 100 times I'm going to agree with you or let you get away with that. Attack of the Clones. AJ says groypers, aspiring groomers. She's talking about girls her daughter's age. The Megan, yeah, she did. Sorry meant not the worst thing. We knew what you mean. We knew what you meant. Six's mom, you're good. William Sasha Riley, Iraq vet and Trump's SA survivor. God bless the lost children. Trump is damned. Okay, so again, we got it written down. I am working on it. Lenoke, Arkansas. Aaron Spencer killed his daughter's predator. Now they're trying to prosecute him for it, so he's running for sheriffs. I haven't seen this story. I know there are a lot of stories like this. Little vigilante justice when it comes to a parent who kills someone that essayed their daughter. I don't really have big problems with that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to tell you, if it happened to my daughter, Big Dog would probably be in jail. You'll probably find me in jail because I will handle that myself because the justice system is not going to handle it. So just some things to think about. I know a lot of you guys, a lot of you dads out there would do the exact same thing. So it is what it is. It's kind of like the Alaska Avenger. You guys know the Alaska Avenger? I'm actually a big fan of the Alaska Avenger. Because I don't mind. When it comes to that type of vigilante justice, I really don't have a problem with it. All right, a couple more, then we'll jump back into the episode. AJ says, these bootlets are only 5 years old. I'm sure groypers will love them in their domes. Nick just exposed himself as an asset. Only explanation, someone moves the goalpost on PDFs. Candace believes it, and his words just exemplified it. Yeah, and his rebuttal was just even weirder of like, hey, no, like you're calling me a pedophile for saying 12-year-olds are barely legal, but you don't understand. It's because Jeffrey Epstein was a high-side intelligence asset. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? Yes, he was. We know that. But you still are saying that raping 12-year-olds is okay. And it's not. And no one's going to agree with you on that because it's gross. I can't read that, bro. I'm going to say ZB. ZB in the early 80s wrote about how in the future technology would allow influencers to control propaganda of the populace. Welcome to your present. We're actually going to talk about somebody involved with TPUSA here a little bit later. That is Jesse on Fire's new video. You haven't watched it yet. Yeah, that somebody who actually kind of wrote the book on propagandizing populists is actually on the board of TPUSA, turns out. So we'll check that here in a little bit. Jack and Shit just left town. Thanks, Mark. All right, MD says what it did to us was bring millions of illegals to us. Yeah, that's how interventionism works. And that's where the refugee crisis came from. I know a lot of people don't think about that, but at least the global war on terror refugee crisis. Just Nobody says, how can someone claim to be pro wood chipper all while pandering to Trump MAGA and the Shogun with all their content? Sorry, shit doesn't work like that. Trump hurt underage girls, and we all know. Look, I agree with you. I think that a lot of people just think he's a protector of pedophiles. Doesn't matter to me. If you protect pedophiles or if you are one yourself, it's all the same to me. You just straight wood chipper for all of you. Whether you did it yourself or you're covering up for them, it's all the same. 100%. Those blackmail politicians are still in our government writing, passing laws while being protected by Trump. We want their names. Yes, they are. And this is the entire point. Classy says, I am your friendly vet seal. Matt lives down the road from me. Same neighborhood. He's going to hate living here because my mission now is his misery. Okay, well, good luck. Bobby says, what makes me angry are the ones who never laced up boots and set sail to protect this nation or keep world commerce free, cheer for conflict of war. Look, and here's the thing, man. Like, I'm not here to criticize people that did not join the military on things. I'm not. Like, I don't expect everybody to join the military and serve. We made those decisions ourselves. However, if you are going to do things like Matt Walsh did, which is call disabled veterans fraudsters and scam artists, and you also never served, that's when I'm going to step in and say, how about go fuck yourself, keep your fucking name, keep the veterans' names out of your mouth. If you've never served, then it's not your place to criticize veterans for the type of healthcare or the type of benefits they're getting, that type of thing. That's my take on it, right? You know what I mean? I don't know how you guys feel about it, but all right, a couple more and then we're jumping back in. But great point, Bobby. Hey, Nate, great live tonight. Are you and Ian Barron still cool? Of course, man. Haven't heard anything from them in a while. No, I just haven't been doing that much content that's like in line with what they're doing. But yeah, Ian's the homie, man. Just talked to Ian, yesterday? Big fan of Barron. Yeah, we're all good, man. All good for sure. Those are my boys, especially Ian. Ian's my guy, man. Ian's been doing a lot of good content right now. So austere and different from the Charlie Kirk situation. Co says all wars are banker wars. Venezuela is one of the only countries in the world that doesn't have a Rothschild-controlled central bank. And you know who else doesn't, it turns out? One of the, I believe there's 3 left that don't. Venezuela. Who are the other 2, guys? Who are the other 2? Iran, the other country we're trying to regime change. And then there's one more that we're not going to be able to regime change. You know why? North Korea, because they got the nukes, baby. And Kim Jong, he doesn't give a fuck because he actually got the nukes. And we don't fuck around. Oh, Cuba. Yeah, Cuba, I think, is the 4th one, right? Yeah. Which is also one of the other countries that we're threatening to invade. Isn't that interesting that all of the only remaining countries that don't have a Rothschild central bank are the ones we're trying to invade? And it's so crazy because Nat Rothschild, not Nate, Nat Rothschild is his name. Every time he's come out on Twitter, and when we invaded Venezuela, what did he do? He came out cheering it on. Rothschilds did. When we talked about invading Iran, what did Nat Rothschild put out on Twitter? Support for the regime change in Iran. So yeah, these fuckers, man. It's obvious. But yeah, I think, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I thought it was 3, but Cuba is another one I forgot about. I believe it's Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, North Korea. It used to be Syria, Sudan, Libya, but we've obviously axed those as we've gone over the years. All right, let's jump back into it. We'll hit super chats later. Let's just look at just some weird shit with Erika Kirk before we jump back into trying to figure out who the fuck she actually is. There's some good videos I like. Here's one right here.
He somehow had it coming. What do you say to people who justified his death?
You're sick. He's a human being. You think he deserved that?
All right, this is beyond obvious. I feel like we should be past this and we should all agree on this at this point. The most obvious thing for me is like the robotic expressions and like the misplaced anger. It's like insanely obvious. If somebody told me that I looked this way when I lie, I literally wouldn't go outside. I would just fucking keep practicing because this is actually really bad. I'm not even being funny. It's safe to say at this point, this woman is not grieving. She's grifting 100%. At first, I just thought it was you-know-who that got him. It seemed pretty obvious. It still does. But now it seems she's directly involved. I just seen a picture of her with Netanyahu's son.
Yep.
Who Charlie declined to go see days before he died. Who he was pushing away from his interests days before he died. So I don't know. This is obvious. Like this girl, like, why are you not at home taking care of the kids? They just lost their dad. You're doing a press run. Like, you guys know that, right? This is a media run. This is like the same thing as Ariana Grande and her sleep paralysis demon on tour. Like she's doing a press run, like it's for a movie or something. Make no mistake about it. We are being force-fed her because she's willing to play ball and Charlie wasn't. In the way.
Whew. Whew. I actually do want to do a poll. This might be, I don't know if this might be a little too spicy of a poll. Should we really do it? Should we do this poll? Oh, this might be a little too spicy. Are we going to get in trouble for this? Fuck. All right. We're going to do it anyway. Shit. Okay. Wow, this is super spicy. Eesh. Okay, I'm just going to leave it at this. Free speech. We've never done this poll before. I don't know if anybody's done this poll before. But we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing the poll. And this is the community. This isn't me. I don't even want to give my opinion on this one because it's so fucked up. But we'll let the chat decide. Okay. And as we talk about the bizarreness, let's pull up a friend of the channel, Real Bays, here and show this clip again as well. Just weird shit going on. You know, just some weird shit. This was, again, right after, what was this? 12 hours after he was killed?
Look at those hands. Look at images 4 and 5. How much bigger Charlie's hands are than Erika's. Then look at the hand sizes in 1, 2, and 3. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is exactly what I was talking about. You tell me.
Shabbat shalom.
Hold on, I gotta hear it again.
Shabbat shalom. I'd always say, baby, I don't care what time you get home.
Is anyone else surprised that Erika Kirk didn't care what time Charlie got home? Just saying. And you see the difference? We just listened to Charlie speak. It's inspiring. It was moving. Listening to him speak about Israel and about the Jewish religion made me fast for Yom Kippur. I don't get that feeling when I listen to Erika. Like, both things can be true. Both things can be true. I think.
Yep. And I want to show you guys this because this really, really bothered me the first time I saw it. Just from the theatrics of it all. And this was, again, supposedly the day that she was brought onto the show for the first time. I just want you to watch her and think about this. We've all dated. We've had boyfriends and girlfriends, wives. I just want you to just, is this the way normal people act? Just normal people in a relationship. Let's take a look.
Hello. I'm not going to be able to focus looking right at you. I'm just going to be staring at you.
Hello.
Oh. Wow.
Ready, Terrell?
Hold on.
We're rolling?
We're not.
All right, you'll be switching. All right, I'll count it down.
Wait. I'm kind of nervous, you guys.
She's nervous, which is why we must get going. All right, we ready?
No.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Hey, everybody. Welcome to this episode of The Charlie Kirk Show.
You're going to have to do it again.
Introduce yourself.
Is that what you're going to say?
She can't focus. I just can't focus when I'm looking at you. Look, guys, you guys know I like Charlie, but Charlie is not a good-looking guy. Okay, let's just fucking relax. The fact that she's acting like this, just that I can't even focus when he's in the room. Guys, this is not how men or women act. It's not. This is like, it's been fucking theatric since way before this happened. Yeah, Charlie's a nice looking guy, right? But to act like, for her to act like she's staring down the fucking barrel of Brad Pitt, I can't even look at you. I can't look at you. I can't focus. I can't even focus when you're in the room. That's the theater. That's all theater. Oh, look at Mega. He's better looking than you. Oh, guys, you don't get that. That's not my point. Yeah, I wouldn't expect. My wife doesn't act that way around me either. If I were to walk out into the room and my wife was like, "Oh my God, I can't even focus with you in the room right now. I can't even." I would be like, Brittany, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Stop being fucking weird. And then we'd go about our day, right? What do you mean you can't focus? I'm not that good looking, right? Like, it's all, again, the whole thing. It's obvious. It's just been weird, bizarre fucking theatrics from the very beginning. And it's everywhere, man. It hasn't fucking stopped. Like, again, here's more.
Some more. No.
Like, who all here is married? Who here is married? Chat, who here is married or has a long-term relationship? For all of you who are married here, what would you think if 60 days after you got fucking assassinated, got shot in the throat on live TV, if your wife was on a podcast tour and fucking throwing merch out to crowds during WWE fireworks entrances? Like 60 days later. Would you guys, would that be normal? Would you not be turning in your grave? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, does anybody think any of this is normal? Because I don't. But now we're gonna take a look back before we get into what I think all of this is really, really about, because we're getting there. Oh, real quick, also, if you guys didn't know this, apparently Erika Kirk actually broke a world record recently. Let's see what that was.
Erika Kirk has officially set the world record for shortest flight in a private jet again. All right, so last week, Erika Kirk took a 3-mile private jet flight, and this week she took a flight that was only 2 miles. I feel like at this point she's watching my videos and trolling with us. We all know how much that woman loves screen time. The 2-mile flight she took this week was in Los Angeles, and it's actually the same exact flight Taylor Swift took. The reason Erika Kirk took this super short private jet flight is simply so she didn't have to sit in traffic. This 1-minute long private jet flight saving her from a 30-minute drive, which I can't even blame her. If she's saving 29 minutes with flying, that basically means that she has 29 more minutes on Fox News. It's not exactly clear on who was actually on this private jet flight, though a lot of people are speculating online that it could be JD Vance. And even though this flight is only 1 mile long, it's using over 180 gallons of fuel, and that translates to 2 tons of CO2 emissions, which is crazy when you realize the average person only uses 4 tons a year. Erika Kirk is doing that in 1 minute. And water. Let's
1 minute and 35-minute flight. 1 minute and 35-minute flight. Erika Kirk's out there breaking records, ladies and gentlemen. Not breaking the records you would think would be good, but yes, taking 1 minute, 35-minute flights from airport to airport in Los Angeles, because that's what, grieving widows are out doing. Again, what are we at? 4 months since Charlie was killed? Anybody else think that's just kind of fucking bizarre? Also, where's all this money coming from? TPUSA? Nonprofit? Maybe it's from the GoFundMe that's raised, I don't know how many millions of dollars at this point, which they got us. We donated the proceeds to one of the live streams the first week Charlie was killed. Which, you know, I don't regret that we did that. Looking back on it, I am like, wow, not great. But at the time, you know, right after he got killed, we felt like it was a really nice thing to do. Now we feel a little bit scammed, I would say. But don't worry. Let's start taking a look at some of the other just bizarre clips. We're going to get back to one of Dan's videos of all the weird shit that Erika's got going on in her past. Let's jump into it.
And Erika Kirks' last name is Franzve. That sounds about as French as you can get. Not that that matters, but listen to this.
Hi, I'm Erika Franzve, and today I have the honor of interviewing Tim Ralston, the survival expert on everything. My name is Erika Franzve, and we're going to be scouting around talking to all of the participants that are here for the conference. Guys, I'm Erika, your host today for The Buzz. I'm here with our gorgeous June girl crush, Jessica Alba. Hi, thank you for watching the Webathon Live here on Wake Up.
What the fuck?
We are here at NextCon with Shema Hyder, the CEO of the Marketing Zen Group. Today I want to talk to you about.
Oh, we should be good. I actually had it muted so I can blow my nose. What I was saying is, she's an actress. She's not a trad wife. She's not a, oh, I never left the home other than to go to church in Israel, and that's how I met Charlie. No, you are a fucking actress. That's your real backstory, which becomes relevant in how we see her acting and operating now.
About an EMP threat. What is an EMP threat? And
okay, a second. So we got 4.
Yeah, now she doesn't know what an EMP threat is after her CIA video.
40 different hats on. You're on the Buzz. You're doing like reality shows. You're somehow into all of this stuff, and then you're talking about EMP attack.
Also, she was on like reality show dating shows like Paradise Island and shit, by the way, if you didn't know.
Acts like somehow you were qualified to talk about those. Copy that. Amen. I love it when people who are not qualified to talk about things and give their opinion when they're literally talking out of their ass. Guys, silver just surged 158%.
Love you, Dan, but we're not going to listen to your ad right now.
everything else in between. So with all of this talk about survival and prepping for EMP attacks, I want one of these. I want multiples of them. So where do I go to buy this box? And why do you think that we are not putting funding towards defense?
Because we're still.
That is perfect. That is the best answer. Do the Honest Company products come with any type of education for parents so that they...
Yeah, our platform really is about education. So you can...
Why is Erika Kirk interviewing Jessica fucking Alba? Okay.
Actually walk away with something.
Instead of reading this paper, you're like, I have no idea.
I know how to pronounce those ingredients. What is it all
Fuck is this?
They're going to question you. They're going to say, why are you putting that extra work into your schoolwork? Why are you putting that extra work at the gym when everyone's left and you're still shooting free throws? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? That's noise. That is noise.
Yeah, you tell them, girl.
Buzz, I'm Erika. Well, this isn't something that is...
What the fuck is this? Like, what is... Erika Franzve, the actress, right? We were told she was this trad wife, Charlie's trad wife that never did anything before she met Charlie. It's like, no, she was a fucking actress who was also tied to the CIA. We know that now.
In Hollywood often. According to People magazine, the story is totally false. It is clear to say that Mr. Affleck is a man.
Oh, good. So she's connected to Hollywood. That just really reassures me, all this stuff. It really does. Let's let her finish.
Man of many traits. That's all for now. Make sure to keep checking back for more entertainment news. I'm sitting here with Dr. Peter Pry, and this is my second interview with you. So I'm so glad that you're back here sitting with me talking about EMP stuff.
Well, thank you.
What the fuck? Talking about EMP stuff, huh? Okay.
So much for having me back.
Oh, EMP again.
Interview.
Oh, thank you. And it was so awesome to have you at the gala event last night. We have been having an amazing time here at NextCon 16 with some incredible speakers ranging from Guy Kawasaki, Steve Wozniak, Thomas Gorney, Pat Waters, and so many more because of your activity on social media.
She was everywhere, but she was Erika Franzvey. And we didn't know.
Yeah, hashtag NextCon16 was not only trending on Twitter, but we have raised nearly $17,000 that Nextiva will donate to a local Arizona nonprofit. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for being here. You were amazing on stage. Thank you so much for having me. Pleasure to be here. You love the fact that technology is here and just in everything. With that, how can we use technology to enhance the customer experience for businesses? Do you have any advice for that? Sure. So if you are not a
pretty sure this is the guy that owns Banana Ball, by the way,
person, and you're not really the person who will go outside of their box,
100%.
How would you recommend or tell someone this is how you get outside of your box? This is how you stand out. This is how you become different with your company, with your business. What would you recommend?
It's easy. I call it find your yellow tux, and it's the best version of yourself.
And that is a wrap.
It gets way worse. Way worse.
People keep saying it was just different faith backgrounds. Nah, don't kid yourself. What she had wasn't faith. It was loyalty to this shadow group nobody talks about in public. The synagogue of Satan. Think Illuminati energy, but without the means. Real old families, real money, real power. They don't recruit people. They place people. And she wasn't a spouse. She was a placement. When Charlie figured that out, dude was wrecked. He told me straight up he was getting ready to leave her. Divorce papers weren't maybe. They were coming. He finally realized his whole marriage was basically orchestrated. Like some dark force cast her into his life. And then, shocker, he's dead a few days later. And that's when the book changed. I'm telling you right now, the version they put out to the public, that is not the book he wrote. They rewrote whole sections. It's stuck in weird spiritual stuff you never believed in. They twisted the tone, the message, everything. It's a cover job, man. They're muddy waters so bad that people are...
So I don't know if what that person right there is saying is true, which is the fact that Erika was emplaced and that once Charlie figured that out, they were going to get a divorce, all that. What I will say, though, is what we do know is what Erika Kirk did with TPUSA after Charlie was killed. And that was to try to rewrite Charlie's legacy. We have all seen that from start to finish. What has TPUSA tried to do from the first minute Charlie was killed? They tried to Shabbat Shalom, right? They tried to rewrite Charlie's legacy in that Charlie is just the biggest supporter and grifter for our greatest ally, and he never wavered once. And even though he turned down $100 million from our greatest ally, and the second that he was killed 48 hours later, TPUSA then took that same cash injection into their company that Charlie turned down, right? They were, and she specifically has tried to rewrite her husband's legacy and what he really believed in. And we know that that's not true. We've seen the text messages. Candace Owens put those fucking text messages out for everyone to see. And even TPUSA and Andrew Colvett had to come out and admit, yes, they're real. Yes, Charlie said that. Yes, Charlie was tired of being bullied by his Jewish donors. We know that. But she has tried to rewrite his legacy from day fucking one. They had, let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see if I can pull this up. This was hours, like maybe a day or two after Charlie was killed. Let me see if, let's see. See if I can pull this up. Where is this picture I need? This is the picture I'm looking for. Right here. That right here. This was what was this? September 17th, 2025. Who did they have on Charlie Kirk's show? Oh, come on. Don't do this to me right now. We're not going to watch it. They had the Daily Wire 6 days after he was shot in the face. Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Andrew Colvett. Days after Charlie was murdered, they hijack his fucking show with the Daily Wire, the Hasbro mouthpieces. Days. And what did we also learn? We also learned that Charlie Kirk hated fucking Ben Shapiro's guts because Ben Shapiro tried to destroy him and Candace Owens' career early in like 2014, 2015. He fucking hated Ben Shapiro. That's why Ben Shapiro wasn't invited to AmFest 2025. But do you know why? Ben Shapiro, he spoke at AmFest. We all saw his weird, bizarre attack a rant where he attacked everybody at AmFest. Ben Shapiro was added to AmFest 2025 after Charlie was killed. They already had the entire cast set. Ben Shapiro was added after Charlie was killed. Charlie didn't want him there. Now, who added him? Well, who do you think fucking added him? Erika Kirk added him because she was running the show. And why would Erika Kirk add Ben Shapiro in the Daily Wire? Well, I think we all know that. I think we already all know why. Because that's our greatest ally. And that's what it's become a mouthpiece for. So let's get to, I think we know who she is at this point. She's an actress. She's a plant. I think we know she has deep connections to the military industrial complex, to the CIA, to our intelligence apparatuses through her mom and dad, through her networks. We know that. So what is her role now? What do you guys think her role is now as the CEO of Turning Point USA? What's her entire job? What do you guys think? What's Erika Kirk's entire purpose now? Her entire fucking purpose is to be a MAGA Israel first fucking mouthpiece and to use TPUSA as a leverage point to do it. That's it. Some clips from some other people and some other creators that agree with me, and I agree with them. Here's Andy Frisella talking about what he thinks is going on.
This shit to the motherfucking bank. They're going to run her for president with Vance. That is what they're going to do. Okay. They are building her up into the new leader of the Republican youth to run her with Vance. So they have some sort of female running with Vance.
Yeah.
And
if you can't attack her now, you definitely ain't gonna be able to attack her later.
And dude, there's all these text messages that have Charlie saying, "Hey man, I'm really starting to have my doubts about what's going on with this Israel situation. They want me to do this and that. I'm not going to do those things." And then all of a sudden, he's gone and she's in. And to find out, you know, when we started digging into these airplane things, these airplanes were following Charlie, they're following her.
Right.
So, you know, I'm sorry if that upsets people, but dude, these are the fucking facts, bro. Take this shit to the motherfucker.
Yep. And so what I think is her entire role now is CEO of Turning Point USA. And what's Turning Point USA's role, right? As a nonprofit charitable organization, their entire role is to facilitate and do everything they can to put J.D. Vance into office in 2028 as the Israel First candidate. And they're going to use TPUSA and they're going to use Erika Kirk to push that message. And they're going to use Erika Kirk again as an emotional blackmail candidate, potentially as a vice president. I wouldn't be shocked to see J.D. Vance run with Erika Kirk as a VP because she becomes an unattackable political candidate. There is nothing better than an unattackable political candidate. Oh, well, you can't attack Erika Kirk, the grieving widow of evangelical sensation and martyr Charlie Kirk. Can't say anything negative about him. Have to support him. Have to support anything that she supports, aka our greatest ally. Now, I don't know if they're going to run her necessarily, but they are going to use TPUSA and her as a leverage point to push that agenda. And we're already seeing it. We're already seeing that. It's already what they're doing. Is it going to work? I don't know. We could probably do a poll on that. Let's see what the poll thought. Was Erika Kirk involved? Wow. That's rough, boys and girls. 91% said yes. Again, I'm not going to give my opinion because I don't want to get clipped and I don't want to get in trouble. But chat has decided, nearly a lot of people in here have decided that yes, they believe so. Let's see. Let's do Vance. Let's do this. Say a Vance E. Kirk ticket 2028. Now, we could say this is either as a Vance president, Erika Kirk vice president, or Vance president, Erika Kirk first lady. Either one could work. Let me know what you guys think. But I do think that this is 100%. She is now essentially a political leverage point for MAGA, for JD Vance, for Palantir, for the establishment. I that's what I see. I don't see anything else at this point that, like, the whole grieving widow thing is long gone. And I believe I got something her talking about the midterms. Yeah, here we go. It's like, here's this right here. Like, and this is exactly to my point about what she really has going on. Like, why is she even talking about this?
So yes, midterms, it might get a little messy, but we're ready for it and we're mission driven for it. And I hope that you'll be a part of it with us. Charlie. And so yes, midterms, it might get a little messy, but we're ready for it and we're mission driven for it. And I hope that you'll be a part of it with us.
Your husband, at the point of this filming, just got shot in the face 90 days ago. 90 days ago from the point of this filming, your husband got shot in the face on live TV. And you're talking about the midterms? Really? That's your concern? The midterms? My concern would be my children at home. They don't have a father. Not, what are we going to do a year from now in 2026 in the Republican midterms? It's not good, guys. All right, we got one more thing to talk about with TPUSA, Erika Kirk, before we jump into talking about Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson. Jesse on Fire just dropped this video tonight, which is fucking crazy, talking about connections of TPUSA to Michael Aquino, if you didn't know, one of the lead Satanists in the United States history, being connected to TPUSA. If you haven't seen this episode, it's fantastic. We're going to watch a little bit of it together because Jesse just put this out, but it's fucking just more weird, gross stuff from TPUSA.
Be true at once. Okay, so I'm going to show you that. But first, we're going to be looking at this, okay? Because in case you guys didn't hear, there is a new release 159 page. Okay, so Michael Aquino is a completely established, well-known Satanist that was a colonel in the military. He wrote Mind Wars. I've known all about this guy for years. And apparently, he has ties to, hang on. So Aquino Lair is okay, check this out.
Let me pause this real quick.
Aquino co-authored the chilling 1980 paper Mind War with...
I'm going to pause this real quick just to show you who this fucking guy is. So Michael Aquino, look at his eyebrows, by the way. Nothing more Satanist than the curled up eyebrows all the way to the top of the head. High priest in the Church of Satan. And yes, he was actually a specialist in psychological warfare and military intelligence officer in the United States Army as one of America's leading Satanists. And so that's who Jesse's talking about. And yes, being directly connected to TPUSA. And yeah, this is not made up. This is actually true, which is fucking weird.
Major General Paul Vallely. Okay. That is like Mind War is one of the most well-known like documents, like at least in the public that looks at all of this stuff. It's the blueprint for psychological warfare on a population.
And we read about this in Army Special Forces and unconventional warfare, this exact thing, using psychological operations on populations when we overthrow governments. So yes, this is a real thing.
I've read it. And he co-wrote it with Michael Vallely. All right. And I'm sorry, Paul Vallely. And apparently, it's about win wars without bullets. Like, that's why it's very much like you read it, you're all, I don't really get like, why is this a bad thing? But it's about dominating minds without having to kill the whole population. Okay. So Vallely, still active, pushes Mind War as non-lethal influence, but it's straight up brainwashing. Candace exposed how this doctrine ties military and satanic ops infiltrating Christian fronts to shape narratives, hide scandals, and control the masses. Okay. Vallely, the co-author of Mind Wars, is on the TPUSA's advisory council.
Let's reinforce what Jesse just said. The co-author. So one of the leading psychological operation and control mechanisms for populaces, the co-author to that book is on TPUSA's advisory fucking council. Why the fuck would TPUSA, an evangelical nonprofit, have this fucking guy on their advisory board? I don't know. But he is.
Okay. That is wild because, again, Michael Aquino, who wrote Mind Wars with him, is a straight up global Satanist leader.
Yep.
Okay. A global Satanist leader. I am going to show you. I'll show you one of his interviews right now. Okay. We're going to look at that first. Then we're going to look at a Jimmy Dore clip about the connection that we talked about earlier in the video. And that is what we're going to do. So go ahead, subscribe to the channel if you don't mind.
Yep. Go subscribe to Jesse if you're not already. You probably already are if you watch my channel, but if not.
Because I just, that's what I'll do. The only way that I grow is if people who watch my content do the right thing and subscribe. And all
right, come on, Jess. Let's go.
That would be the UK. Okay. That would be the UK. And I cannot stress enough. Mouthy Buddha does an entire series on Dauntless Dialogue. And
I don't know how Jesse finds this shit. Like, this is a video from 1998 with 205 subscribers that he was able to dig up and pull up of, again, the co-author of this exact same book that we're talking about being on the advisory board of TPUSA and one of the leading Satanists in America in the 80s and 90s.
He covers this. I can't remember what number it is. I'll tell you guys later at some point. I've actually recommended it a bunch of times, but in that one, okay, it actually whatever. They go through all of these guys who are the exact same generation as Aquino, exactly same generation. They're all dead now. And they went through each of them, like all of the accusations of all this insane ritualistic, SRA. And all of them got knighted. Okay. We're not talking about like, oh, they were in kind of big position. They were all knighted in the UK. Okay. Like they had complete control of the government. And one of the ways that is if you ever see those guys and they grow their eyebrows out and they twist them at the end, that's how you know. That's a real Satanist.
Also, just look at this dude's fucking hair. You can tell this dude is a Satanist. Look at his fucking haircut and his eyebrows.
Caricatured into the Judeo-Christian Satan.
High priest of the Church of Satan.
When you perform rituals, what exactly do you wear?
We normally wear black robes with hoods and the pentagram of Set medallion that you see here. We may wear specialized accoutrements depending upon the style of ritual that we are using. If it's old Germanic, it may be appropriate costume there. If it is American Indian or Mayan or some other background or Egyptian, we would wear appropriate costumes there. We are a religion of practicing magicians, and each and every individual in a ritual is directly involved with it. Many people may come to us with a very distorted idea of what Satanism or what they believe to be devil worship is. If they come to us seeking simply a glorified sex club, or some sort of a lawless organization, then they'll be disappointed because we aren't that.
He's like, listen, we don't just like, have sex to have sex. When we do it, we're trying to birth the Antichrist. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
There's a lot more to it. But listen, if we do feel like, having sex, we obviously have props for that kind of thing. What kind of props? He's all baby. Jesse on fire. Is it true?
All right. So, point with this being, again, the co-author that wrote the book on psychological operations with Aquino, one of the world's leading Satanists, is on the advisory board of Turning Point USA. Anybody find that fucking weird? An evangelical nonprofit being advised by one of the world's leading Satanists? I don't know. Seems like a little bit of fucking conflict of interest there, maybe. And again, this is real stuff. I mean, it's on Wikipedia that you can just pull up and we can all look at ourselves. Again, the TPUSA, the nonprofit that Erika Kirk is the CEO of. And it gets a little bit even more bizarre. If you think about Mikey McCoy's weirdo dad, Pastor McCoy, right? We all know Pastor McCoy, part of TPUSA. Also, huge background as a military psychological operations officer. Why does Turning Point USA have multiple, and again, this is coming from a guy who was in Army Special Forces. I'm very well versed in psychological operations, but my point is, why does Turning Point USA, a evangelical nonprofit whose whole purpose is bringing young people to Christ and registering voters, right? That's Turning Point USA's whole spiel. Why do they have multiple high-level military officers with backgrounds in psychological operations on their advisory board? Anybody in the chat want to fill me in on, it's not just one, but also multiple who are also connected to, again, some of the world's leading Satanists as well? Anybody got an answer for this? this is probably the best comment is probably something along these lines. But it's pretty fucking creepy when we start looking at all of this. And again, I don't even know what I'm accusing anybody of. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying, I don't understand why an evangelical nonprofit is deeply connected to multiple high-level psychological operation military officers and Satanists. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. And again, let's think about, this is Charlie Kirk's company that he built. Charlie Kirk built TPUSA. Do we think, and maybe Charlie Kirk was the one who put all these people in place? I don't know. But it is super fucking bizarre that all of this is happening. And since Charlie was killed, we're getting TPUSA shoving this our greatest ally first nonsense down our throats from every fucking angle possible, which Charlie didn't do. So, again, I don't have all the answers, but it does feel very, very propaganda-ish. Very, I don't know. What's the words we're looking for? It all feels very, with TPUSA, Erika Kirk, everything we're seeing. Again, just completely throwing Charlie Kirk's legacy out the window, completely rewriting history, completely rewriting what he believed in. And now we're learning all these things about the people involved. I don't know. It's not good. It's not good. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but it's not good. All right. We did it. We got through Erika Kirk, TPUSA. We got to talk about Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson, because actually two big things happened today. The pretrial for Tyler Robinson was today, or one of the pretrials. There's going to be tons of pretrials. We'll take a quick look at that, and we'll talk about Lance Twiggs as well. If you guys didn't know, yes, the pretrial happened, and Tyler Robinson's defense is trying to disqualify the prosecutor in the case. So let's see what's going on with that.
Lawyers for the man accused of killing Turning Point founder Charlie Kirk are trying to disqualify one of the prosecutors on the case, claiming he has a conflict of interest.
We firmly believe that the law supports the conclusion that that particular prosecutor should have been screened off.
Now, the court went to recess just before the top of the hour here. For the latest on this case, though, let's bring in CBS News reporter Andres Gutierrez. Andres, why does the defense want the prosecutor off the case here?
Well, the Robinson's defense team is asking the judge not to only take off that prosecutor. They want to disqualify the entire office, arguing that there is a conflict of interest because the 18-year-old child of one of the deputy county attorneys was in the crowd at the Charlie Kirk event when the shooting happened. Defense lawyers say that that personal connection should have triggered a formal screening to keep that particular county away from the decisions made in this case, especially since the office was so quick to announce that it would be seeking the death penalty against Tyler Robinson. They also said that it was improper for the same office to argue that there is no conflict, and they want an outside team like the Utah Attorney General's office to step in just for this motion about disqualifying the prosecutor.
Okay, so what did the judge and prosecutor?
So, turns out the prosecutor on the case, his kid was in the audience when Charlie Kirk was killed. And so what the defense is arguing is that that's obviously a conflict of interest. It's an emotional conflict of interest, right? If the prosecutor had a child that was there on scene, then that is going to make the prosecutor emotionally not be able to carry out his job because, which is probably true, by the way. I mean, I would think the same thing. If I was a prosecutor and my child was there at the shooting when that happened, I'd probably be pretty emotional about that as well. But also, how does that, this is just failures by the government, right? How does that even get to this point where they put forward a prosecutor? They put forward the lead prosecutor, I believe, that the lead prosecutor on the case just didn't bother letting anybody know that his kid was in the crowd during the shooting. That's probably a conflict of interest. It's almost like the Luigi Mangione case, which we're seeing now. Like pretty much everything in that case is getting thrown out left and right, because the government, the prosecution, the FBI, everybody involved fucked everything up. And this is just another one of those things of like, really, you guys are you're that lazy? Somebody got right here. Silver just said it. Yeah, didn't recuse himself. Just didn't bother mentioning that there may be a conflict of interest for him being the prosecutor. Which is obviously a massive conflict of interest. If your son or daughter was potentially in a situation where they could have been killed, you're going to be very emotional about that. You're probably not going to be able to carry out your duties in a legal and professional way. So not a great start for the prosecution on all of this. If they have to throw out the lead prosecutor and bring in a new prosecutor before they even start this case, fucking chaos. It's going to be chaos. Because the whole story is so fucked up and bizarre, and nobody believes anything out of the FBI or law enforcement regarding this anyway. And now you're going to add in that the prosecutor is emotionally compromised and he just didn't bother saying anything. It's not good. It's not good for the trial. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with that. We'll have to wait and see. But also bizarrely, we all know Lance Twiggs, who I still firmly believe is probably more suspicious to me than fucking Tyler Robinson is. Is apparently one of his family members came out and had some things to say. You know, Lance Twiggs, the transferee boyfriend who disappeared out of nowhere. Apparently he was in FBI custody this entire, he or she or whatever the fuck he wants to be called. Sorry. I don't want to misgender Lance Twiggs. But let's see what his family member had to say here. This just came out.
Super smart. I mean, Lance was, I do know that. And I remember, you know, he was a, I don't know, concert pianist. Like his talent for piano music was off the charts, like not normal. It was very impressive. And that's kind of what I've heard about Tyler, is that he was just so smart and it's just a shame that these kids that had so much potential and such a bright future.
What do you think changed?
I don't, and then being as antisocial as they were, from my understanding of, playing these games and being a part of this Discord group, it just, they didn't seem like they were in a real world.
There's text messages between Tyler and Lance where they're texting after the event. A lot of people find them unusual.
The world that they were in, like this gaming world, like that was a normal way that they kind of spoke, that this wasn't an abnormal, the way they spoke wasn't abnormal.
There have been a lot of questions about where Lance is now, whether he's in the FBI protection program. It's been a big mystery. He kind of has disappeared.
Yeah, my understanding was for the first few weeks, because there were so many threats against his family that and him, that they had, my understanding is they did have a little bit of FBI detail, and they kind of moved around a little bit, but but they're not anymore. He's with his family.
Will he still cooperate with the investigation from what you know?
I don't know. When I first found out about how he was taken in and talked to by the police, I know that they said that he was very cooperative, but they had to go get him and bring him in. He didn't voluntarily go in and say, "Hey, I heard about this and I have some knowledge." He had to go in. Then he handed things over when they asked for him, but he didn't give up any information until he had to.
Huh. So the FBI, which actually makes sense because we heard that Lance Twiggs just disappeared. He just disappeared into the nether and nobody had any idea where he went. And law enforcement didn't know where he went. Actually makes 100% more sense that he was in FBI protective custody as a witness. That actually does make sense. However, with what we know about Lance Twiggs and his character profile and his background, his schizophrenia and all these different things, what that tells me is that the FBI had access to Lance Twiggs this entire time. And through their investigation, they decided he wasn't involved. And now they've just let him go. I don't know about that one. Seems like he's, to me, Lance has always felt like one of the biggest suspects. I think he's 100% involved. There is no fucking way, if Tyler Robinson is involved, that Lance Twiggs wasn't involved. There is no way that he wasn't involved. I don't know how you guys feel. Let's do a poll. But the fact that if that's true, and again, we don't know if that's true. We don't know if this is, it could be anybody who's saying this, but we're going under the assumption that's true. What do you guys think? Because the FBI's just let him go. And they're like, nope, Lance Twiggs is good. Just Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson acted on his own, lone gunman shooter. His trans furry boyfriend had no idea that he decided to drive down to UVU to take out Charlie Kirk. He had no help, even though all the people on Discord knew that he was going to do it and people were talking about it on Twitter beforehand. Nope. His boyfriend had no idea. So we're going to do a poll here. Was Lance involved? Because now he's good. He's gone. The FBI is not trying to prosecute anybody. FBI is not trying to prosecute anybody but Tyler. Tyler by himself. That's the official narrative. Right? That's the official narrative. And now if the FBI investigated Lance Twiggs and they let him go, they're saying, nope, just Tyler Robinson. Nobody else is involved. Which I don't believe. I don't know. Like, we can all believe what we want. I believe Tyler Robinson is sketchier to me than, or excuse me, Lance Twiggs was sketchier to me than Tyler was from the beginning. Just based off of character profile. All of this schizophrenia, all of the craziest stuff, and all of the crazy stuff that's going on. Anyway, we'll see what you guys think. And then last thing for the show. We're going to talk about one more thing. All right. And that's going to be, we talked about, bunch of people in the conservative space. Fuentes is weird shit. Erika Kirk, TPUSA, Twiggs, Tyler Robinson. We're going to let you guys vote on those things. Last thing we're going to talk about before we close the show out and do our super chats is the Daily Wire. Yes, the Daily Wire and Matt Walsh, which I did a full episode on this, but I wanted to talk about it on the live stream just because I'm still so pissed off at this little fucking pussy Matt Walsh, who just, again, had the audacity to attack disabled veterans. I don't understand the strategy by Matt Walsh here. We all know that he's Ben Shapiro's little whipping boy. We get it. But who thought attacking disabled vets was the play here? I don't know. Maybe I'm passionate about it because, again, I am a veteran myself, and I just hate seeing the people who actually went and fought the wars get shit on, especially like the people who went and fought the wars and got fucked up, lost their legs, eyes, arms, their emotional capacities, their brains in a lot of ways, PTSD, which is a very real thing for everybody that just thinks that's no big deal. Matt Walsh, one of my best friends and my teammates, took his own life 2 years ago after one of our combat deployments due to the trauma from that, fighting ISIS and the Taliban and some disgusting things that happened there. Multiple people I've worked with that have lost their lives in combat and killed themselves afterwards. And to see someone like Matt Walsh come out and attack disabled combat veterans, I just, it's not easy for me. Not easy for me to listen to. But we're going to listen to it together because he decided to yap his fucking mouth about it. So let's do it as we end the show.
As the point of contact for 47, you can't pretend. Yes, their average who's running for the Democrat.
Here we go.
A lot of fraud. In some cases, they're helping Somalis while lining their own pockets. In many other cases.
And the whole point of his episode here was that disabled veterans, because he started the episode off doing Somali fraud and then transitions to actually, it's not Somali daycare owners that are committing the most fraud in this country. It's disabled combat veterans.
They're simply helping themselves. So take, for example, the curious case of Graham Plattner, who's running for the Democrat Party's nomination for U.S. Senate in Maine. And Plattner is best known as the guy with the Nazi tattoo who's supposed.
No, Graham Plattner on this show is best known as the guy who is a 4-time combat tour to Iraq and Afghanistan global war on terror veteran Marine, who we're actually very supportive of on this channel. That's actually how we know him. Very America first, and all of his policies, by the way, $0 from AIPAC. And just because he's a Democrat doesn't mean we're not going to support him. But let's see what Matt Walsh has to say about Graham.
Didn't realize it was a Nazi tattoo. But what's interesting about Plattner is not the tattoo. What's interesting about him is that as of now, he has a disability rating of 100% from the Department of Veterans Affairs, which stems from his deployment to Afghanistan and Iraq.
4 combat deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq, by the way, Matt.
Now, publicly, Plattner has said that these benefits amount to roughly $5,000 a month or about $60,000 a year. Now, wait a minute, you might say. 100% disability. How can someone who is 100% disabled to the point that they receive a substantial amount of cash every year from the taxpayer possibly serve as a U.S. senator?
Okay, here we go. So this is what's so embarrassing for someone like Matt Walsh, who never served. He was never in the military. And Matt's dumb fucking ass as a journalist, right? Isn't Matt Walsh a journalist? Isn't that what he would call himself? A journalist? He couldn't do a simple chat GPT search to ask, what does VA disability mean? So what Matt seems to think is because the term is 100% disability, that means this person is 100% a vegetable. But that's not what VA disability means. What VA disability means, 100%, all that means is the veteran is eligible for 100% of the maximum allotted benefits based off of the amount of damage to the service member's body, brain, and psychology. It's not saying he's 100% incapacitated as a vegetable. It's saying he's eligible for 100% of the benefits because he's so fucked up. So there's a cap. The cap is 100%, which is about not $5,000, but about $4,300 to $4,400 a month. What it's saying is this veteran has taken so much damage to the body, brain, psychology that we're going to give him the maximum allotted benefits, 100% of the benefits. If you're 70% disabled, you're going to get 70% of that mathematical equation. It has fucking nothing to do with I'm 100% disabled, so I can't work, I can't move, I can't function. That doesn't matter, because what Matt Walsh doesn't understand is that it turns out tons of veterans and combat veterans have had legs blown off and arms blown off and been maimed and PTSD and TBI and brain damage, but they can still manage to work a job. Veterans like me, who happen to be disabled through extreme amounts, I was medically retired through extreme amounts of injuries. We get compensated for the fact that we'll never be able to go snowboarding with my 12-year-old daughter ever again because of my 4 knee surgeries and 2 back surgeries. We get compensated for the fact of people like my dad and his generation in Vietnam that all died at 50 to 60 years old from Agent Orange poisoning and fucking cancer. You're getting compensated for all of the damage that was done to you in the line of duty, most of which in war, in combat. That's what you're being, the veteran, the disabled veteran, is being compensated for. That seems like a pretty normal thing, right? If we're going to be the country, the United States, that's going to go fight the forever wars, send our sons and daughters to go die and get maimed in foreign conflicts, maybe we should take care of them after. Matt acting like a disabled veteran receiving $4,300 a month, that's massive fraud. Again, some of these veterans who served entire fucking careers. Graham Plattner, by the way, who he's bitching about, again, serving 4 combat deployments during the height of Iraq in the early 2000s. That dude's a fraudster because he's receiving disability compensation. Really? And here's what's the grossest part about Matt Walsh is Matt Walsh supports sending $40 billion last year to the IDF so that the IDF and their families can have free health care, free education, and veteran benefits. Did you know that? Did you know that you, the American taxpayer, pay for the IDF's veterans benefits? Did you know that? Because you do. Matt Walsh is fine with that. But when it comes to Americans and American veterans, that's when Matt Walsh says, nah, fuck you. Fuck you, veterans, fraudsters. If you can manage to work a job, like, I don't know, who's in the Senate? Tammy Duckworth, who is a Democrat. You might not agree with her, but is she serving in the Senate with both her fucking legs blown off, by the way? I don't know. I personally have no issues with my tax dollars going to pay for veteran benefits comparatively to going to pay for Israel's military's benefits. I'd rather my taxpayer dollars go to my own military's veterans who serve those wars. I mean, again, you can believe what you want. You can have whatever take you want. But if you're Matt Walsh, conservative talking head from the Daily Wire, who also the Daily Wire, the biggest neocon fucking organization out there, supports bombing every country and supported the global war on terror, supported the invasion of Iraq, supported the invasion of Afghanistan. By the way, guys, who over at the Daily Wire served? Who at the Daily Wire fought the global war on terror? Can you guys tell me one of their talking heads that fought the global war on terror? Because they love cheering it on. But who of them actually fought the global war on terror? Who of them served? Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, metrosexual Michael Knowles. I don't think he did. I don't think Matt Walsh did. I don't think Ben Shapiro did. Yeah, not a fucking single one of them. But they're bending over backwards, again, to send your sons and daughters to go die in a foreign war, but also to go fight in a foreign war, but then to not be taken care of when they come back. And here's what I'll explain to you guys. The most important part about this. If we want to be a country, and we used to be a country that didn't take care of our veterans, by the way, talk to any Vietnam veteran, talk to any World War II veteran, talk to any Korean War veteran. We didn't used to take care of our veterans at all until about 2004, by the way. If we want to be a country that sends our sons and daughters to go die in wars nonstop, what do you think is going to happen if we did what Matt Walsh wanted, to where we don't take care of veterans after they get home? Well, guess what? Nobody's going to sign up for the fucking military anymore because they know they're going to go get their legs blown off in a foreign conflict. And when they come home, their country's not going to take care of them. So why would you serve? Again, I try not to get too worked up about this, but attacking combat veterans, not great. Not great. The good news out of this whole thing is that we're going to have Graham Plattner on the show. Hear it about, not this next week because I'm going to be at SHOT Show at the Gundy's Awards, but probably the following week. Graham's going to come on the show. We're going to have our Tuesday Political Live. Graham's going to come on. We're going to shoot the shit. And Graham's going to come on. We're going to platform him and we're going to let him talk about whatever he wants, because Graham's the fucking man. And fuck Matt Walsh. So, hey, Matt Walsh, you attack Graham Plattner, and guess what? Now Graham's going to come on the show, bigger than yours, and we're going to have a good conversation. Because that's how this works. Because we're going to actually support our fellow veterans. I don't care if Graham's a Democrat, doesn't matter to me. I'm an independent. Because he's America first. So that's what we're going to do. So not this week, hopefully the following week. We got to work our schedules out together. But yeah. So that's the positive notes, which I'm actually stoked for because I'm a big fan of Graham. And yeah, we're going to bring him on. Anyway, okay. A little bit of a rant. Try not to get too worked up, but my God. My God. Get Matt too. You could probably do that. Probably do that. All right. We did it. A little bit of a rant at the end. Good show. Good show, I think, so far. We are now going to this is Briscoe says no more than a few raging alcoholics who are Vietnam vets, great fighting, some hard demons. Yeah, because we didn't take care of them. You guys know, I want to tell you this. My dad, who is, God, how old is my dad now? Let's see, how old am I? 39 times 35. 74 years old. My dad, who's had multiple quadruple bypass surgeries on his heart, had a stroke this year. Super fucked up, by the way, from Agent Orange, as well as most Vietnam vets. He did not apply for VA disability until this year. My dad. After all that, multiple quadruple bypass surgeries, Agent Orange, super fucked up from it for 4 decades. Because he felt like he wasn't as fucked up as his brothers that died in the war. So he never went and got checked. He never got his VA disability. We finally convinced him to at 74 years old. Probably much like some of your dads out there or grandpas out there. And so, you know what, Matt Walsh? No, it is a fucking good thing that we are finally taking care of men like my dad and his brothers from the Vietnam War. It's actually a good thing that we're doing that. And the World War II generation, by the way, for those of them who are left. It is a good thing that we're doing that. So the final thing I'm going to say with that is fuck Matt Walsh. And we'll leave it at that. I have no problem saying that. I'll let that stand. Yeah, and I bet a bunch of you have just hard, grizzled dads and grandpas in the chat right now who are the exact same way. Okay, we did it. We made it through the actual scheduled show. So thank you so much, everybody. We had a big show tonight. So for everybody that stuck with us, fantastic. Love you guys. Sorry that we didn't keep up with the super chats that well throughout the show. Again, sometimes we just get, invested in what we're talking about, but that is what we're going to do now. So for those of you who just wanted to come for the regular scheduled show, thank you so much. For everybody who wants to hang out with us as we continue through and finish up the super chats, let's do it. Let's jump into it. All right. Came over from Ian. Did Ian just finish? Well, thank you, Silver. Appreciate you. All right. So yeah, thank you all. And all of you, I'm seeing so much support for our veterans in the chat right now. I love to see it, man. So thank you to you guys in the community for also being supportive of our veterans as well. So I'm obviously super passionate about it. I've always have been, always will be. But to see you guys supportive is also makes me feel good, man. Makes me feel good. That Matt Walsh video I put out yesterday was one of the highest like ratio videos I've ever put out, which tells me that even when a douchebag like Matt Walsh decides to say something like that, you, the American public, will stand for what's right. And you got to love that. You got to love that. All right, let's do it. Let's jump into it. Let's keep moving. All right. Let's see. Here we go. Bobby says, what makes me angry? Oh, wait, we did this one. We already got this one, didn't we? Yeah, we got this one from Bobby already. Chief says, hey, Nate, great live tonight. Are you in? Oh, we got this one already. Okay, let's see. All wars are banker wars. Venezuela is one of the only countries. Yeah, we got this one already. All right, come on. We got to figure out where we're at. I think this is where we were. Okay. American First slogan originated in Christian nationalism many decades ago. Test tube baby Nick has poisoned the slogan. Sovereign America. So America First in nationalism has a lot of different connotations. And I think that's kind of what the problem with the America First movement right now is. It's a nationalist movement, but there's a lot of different outlooks of that. There's the Christian nationalism side. There's the white nationalism side. That's what Nick Fuentes would subscribe to. Where there's the conservative nationalism side, which is what I would say I am. Like, I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a Christian nationalist. Like, I have no issues with different religions or different races being a part of the America First movement. Mine is a conservative nationalism where I believe that, again, America First means in the best interest of the American working class people, which means, the nationalism idea of like, well, if America is imperialistic and conquers everyone, that's great. And it's like, yeah, but what does that do for the American working class people? Fucking nothing. So that's what America First kind of has to figure out, is what does America First actually mean? And it means a different thing for a lot of different people, right? So we'll just have to wait and see. Why do Nazis linked Homeland Security? I don't know what you're trying to say there, brother. Nuclear hypersonics are also awesome. Nick is controlled opposition. We got a lot to get through. We're all the way back at Nick Fuentes. Wouldn't we be paying it anyway? Not like the carrier gets parked in the garage if it's not there. No, because actually, do you know how much money it takes to operate an aircraft carrier strike group? All the fuel, all the food, everything that goes in for the service members, all of the aircraft that are constantly flying in and out. That's so no, not just having it parked in the bay with no one on it. No, that's not actually the same. A lot of costs to actually deploying an aircraft carrier strike group across the world. Connecting the dots, Nick Fuentes, a Sephardic Jew, the Groyper's gatekeeping Fed is now flip-flopping on Epstein PDF. Thanks for exposing Nick. I'm not here to expose Nick. I didn't expose Nick at all. I just looked at, I didn't expose anything. We just looked at shit he said out loud on his own show, which was just gross. Jack says the ocean has way too high parking fees. Yep. Thank you, Super. That's very, very generous. For no comment, so appreciate you. Nick has outed himself as a chomo, a coward, and a grifter. He's the girl who starts a fight at the bar and expects her boyfriend to step in. Jesus, you guys are not happy about this. First time I actually donated to one of these chats, but sir, you are in a flow state right now. If you have good faith in America First Agenda, these decisions are very easy to think. Well, thank you, Dustin. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here. Just because you can. Thank you, Joshua. All right, Robert says, thank you for maintaining a dialogue going on all this crazy shit. You are doing good work. P.S. Don't read anything into my profile pics. Why would I not read anything into? I love cows, dude. So the whole goal for me, we're trying to buy a ranch, and I want the long-haired cows. You guys know those long-haired cows? I want a couple long-haired cows with some horses, about 18 dogs, have about 13 munchkin cats. My wife is going to hear that and lose her mind. Highland cows. Yeah, Highland cows. That's what we're looking at. We're trying to get a couple Highland cows. So, no, I'm not worried about your pet. I love cows, dude. I love every animal. Like, guys, you can see, look at my tattoos. I'm covered in animal tattoos. Callie says, Epstein was one of the most powerful in the world. Email show he created 1% of PM, princes, etc. Like they were nothing. PDF stuff was a sick flex showing he can do it for 40 years above the law. No, it wasn't a flex. It's how they maintain leverage. Blackmail. That's the entire point. So it's not just a flex. That's the entire mechanism. The mechanism for the blackmail was the pedophilia. And that's why the pedophilia is the fucking story. There is no story without the pedophilia at all. Nate, you and JD should interview Fuentes, but I bet he doesn't show. I don't know. I mean, I've been supportive of Nick. But I'm going to call you out if you say pro-pedophilia shit, and so will JD. So JD's the one that sent me a bunch of those clips about Nick. Both of us just cringed the fuck out on that. How are you going to cover the snowflake now that you are a lib? Now that I'm a lib, and look at this guy. This guy's got, look at this. It's just poetry, dude. Look at his profile picture. His profile picture is an Israel flag being raised. Oh, dude, you can't have an Israel flag being raised in your profile picture and then try to talk shit, because we all know you're a little 7K club fucking douche, dude. Come on, man. Come on. Change your profile picture before you try to talk shit, you fucking idiot. Jesus. Can you give any update info on David, the dude who chanted USA? Was David at Fort Hawktua? Dad jokes, keep up the good work. David. So actually, I do know what you're talking about. Let me talk to Jesse about that. That actually was an insane story that never hit the news. I don't know. It actually did hit the FBI. FBI. Well, actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to say. I gotta stop. Shit. Not as like a Fed thing, but like potentially something crazy that was involved with this. Let me talk to Jesse first, because it's Jesse's story. And I don't know if we're allowed to talk about it or not. Because this guy was actually way more sketchy. You guys know the turnaround chant guy. Turns out he actually was a lot more sketchy than we thought. he should be somebody that definitely is being looked in, and he is being looked into. But I don't have any faith in the FBI, so we'll see what happens. But yes, potentially, I got to talk to Jesse. Jesse on Fire is the one that brought me that story, so we'll have to wait and see if he's willing to talk about it yet. Jack says, I think the effect of scaring the shit out of our foreign adversaries with alien bleed at your phone pores tech might be with it or worth it. Yeah, the supersonic attack in Venezuela. You know, I didn't do an episode on that, guys, on the sonic weapons that were used in Venezuela. You know, I didn't do an episode on that because it's silly, but I don't want to burst any bubbles out there. Can someone explain why the Biden admin sat on the Epstein files for full 4 years? Well, up until the point Epstein unalived himself, the reason why they sat on it, because there was an actual active investigation into Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein. Once that went away, there was really no more excuse for that. But the same reasons why Trump's covering up, because yes, it has more to do with the fact that our government and our high side intelligence apparatuses, the NSA, the CIA, Mossad, were all involved in this, and the government is not going to tattle on itself. The CIA is not going to tell on itself. I promise you that. So that's why. I've taken away identity politics. The same people on both sides agree with on the important stuff. Also, Nick has never contributed anything substantive. What's up, Penna? Penna says Venezuelan oil sales managed under the U.S. control following regime change and initially held the U.S. controlled accounts with funds flowing through Qatar for distribution with U.S. approval. Yeah, I saw that. There is an account that's got about 500 million in it that's being ushered through Qatar for Venezuelan oil sales. Very bizarre, but like $500 million on a wide scale, when we're talking about the largest oil reserves in the world, is nothing. $500 million is like literal pennies when we're talking about the actual oil industry. So we'll have to wait and see what comes from that. Again, we're not trying to pump Venezuelan heavy crude. We're trying to limit Venezuelan heavy crude so that American oil conglomerates in Canada that already have the infrastructure built out, the $1 trillion infrastructure built out to refine heavy crude, we're trying to limit that coming out of Venezuela so that they can maximize profits. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And what does that mean? You, the American citizen, will not see $1 gas prices like you should see, because all of those profits are going to funnel where? Up to Chevron, Exxon, and Mobil stakeholders and shareholders, not to you, the American consumer. Because, of course, why would they? That would be American first. And we don't do America first. What is it about Nick you like? He's fake racist and a Fed, and who led people in the Capitol while standing outside. You serve with people of color, and he's been known to denigrate. Well, I mean, up until recently, because he's got a lot of good America First policies. Not the ones we covered today, but typically, outside of that, the actual, again, non-interventionalism, stop funding foreign countries, all those things is typically what he supports, although that seems to be changing. And see, he seems to just be going to the whole Trump MAGA movement again. So I guess if that's the case, then yeah, he should find his way out of the America First movement if he's going to continue with that. If he's going to continue with what he's doing, then he's not America First, and he should just put on his red MAGA hat again. You know what I mean? Which is fine, you know, if you want to do that. And then just throw the MAGA hat back on, be pro-Trump and grift for Israel and do what you need to do. Like, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But like, don't LARP as America First if you're not going to be America First, is what I would say about that. I don't think we should become the very thing we fought against. That's why we fought a revolution. Oh, imperialism. Yeah. Well, the British, right? Can you do a service to society and fact check Asmongold on a future show? He says a lot of the same shit as Nick, just spewing ignorance about U.S. values. I like Asmongold. I think Asmongold recently, with a lot of stuff, I mean, again, it's just one of those people who I just think, I don't know. I don't want to say anything bad. I don't dislike Asmon. I do like Asmon. I've been a fan of him for a long time. But just another person that doesn't have worldly perspective, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way because most people don't, but for the people who have seen, worked, and traveled around the world, we look at the world a little bit differently, I think. And so, you know, the ICE stuff recently is one of those, like, cheering on the federal government, being a simp for the federal government is not something I'm ever going to cheer on. So I don't like seeing that from conservative talking heads, I guess. So War's a Racket says Dave Smith and Dinesh D'Souza had a debate, which Dave Smith destroyed him in. And Nick sounding a lot like Dinesh. America can do whatever we want. According to them, it's all right. Yeah, again, he's starting to sound like Lindsey Graham. And the Groypers can get mad about that if they want, but again, when Nick Fuentes is regurgitating Lindsey Graham talking points, that should be a reflection point. McLovin says people are quick to forget. Big Mac says, love your takes. Would love to see you and Jesse Dollamore Daily have a convo. Keep up the good work. I don't know who that is. I'll have to look that up. But thank you. Why can't Democrats and Republicans just come together and stop voting because every politician is against us? Both parties are corrupt to the goddamn core. Yes, they are. And that is the premise of our channel here, especially on Tuesdays, is exactly that. T-Rex Fit says, I believe Nick Fuentes is a federal informant, and at least he never faced any consequences for being at January 6 riots and telling the crowd to jump barricades and ignore the police. This is why most people who call him a Fed is because exactly this. A lot of people are very confused about how he was able to get away with that, and then all of a sudden his banking got turned back on and everything happened like that. So again, I don't know. I'm not a big person. I'm not a big one to call, like, I really don't think like the vast majority of people are feds when you talk like the federal government is actually controlling you. Because because for me, I feel like nobody's hit up Nate to like, it's let me try to explain it. Like I would think maybe not, because I'm like such an anti-Israel, anti-government type of content creator, but you think somebody would have hit me up and been like, hey man, if you're willing to take a bunch of money, will you shell out like Fed slop narratives? And nobody's ever done that in my entire 2.5 years or 2 years, 2 months on YouTube. And so if the guy who used to work for the government, they don't want to give any money to, it's hard to believe that like they're doing that, but maybe they are, you know what I mean? Maybe they just look at my content and they're like, dude, Nate is so fucking anti-government and so anti-Israel that there's no point. There could be that. But I don't know. I do know, actually, though, I forgot we were going to talk about this today, and I didn't even talk about it because it turns out Tim Pool got caught taking money from fucking Israel. The Washington Journal, let's see if I got it here. Where is this? Washington Post or the Washington Journal just did a big expose showing that, yes, he took a bunch of money from Israel and Netanyahu. So it does happen. Let's see. I'm not gonna try to dig through it right now. I did have it. We were going to talk about it on a show, but yeah, I mean, it is a thing, and it does actually happen. So, but nobody's giving me money. Jesus Christ, I could use it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to buy a ranch, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I'm too divisive. Too divisive, it turns out. So you would think, like, you know, maybe I got to put we got to put the Israel flag back up. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we need to get our protection back up, and then somebody will start offering us money. It wouldn't work anyway. Like if I were to all of a sudden like come out and be like, I'm Ben Shapiro and I love our greatest ally and we should bomb Iran, my entire audience would be like, fuck you, Nate. Nope. And we would be done. So, but anyway, Six's mom says everything's already happened. No one wants to look back and see it. Every action has a reaction. Study history. It's all there. Thanks, Nate. Aloha from Kauai. Thank you, Six's mom. I appreciate you. Appreciate you for always being here and supporting the channel. Lack says rage bait used to be believable. Yeah. Cadmus, Lebanon is a small Christian country in the Middle East and has been the dumping ground for refugees from Israel and the United States for wars. It's a democratic Christian country. U.S. Christians ignore it. Yeah, there's a lot of Christians in the Middle East, by the way. And yeah, Lebanon's another one of those countries that we've completely destabilized. And by the way, our greatest ally and us continue to bomb Lebanon every fucking day, by the way, if you didn't know that. Gaza, Lebanon. What else? Sudan, usually. Somalia, we're typically bombing all the time. So yeah, there's always that. Always that. Trump, Nick, and other douchebags like them make us normal Americans look like the rest of the world. It's embarrassing. Thank you, Surf Sale. G-Star says, hey, Nate, I currently have a GoFundMe page to ask Delta to come over to roll up our fuckstick prime minister over here in Australia. Oh, well, I don't know if we're going to come roll up your Australian prime minister, but yeah, I mean, we love the Aussies, but God, your government is even worse than ours. You guys got to get your shit together too, man. You turn into the UK over there. Good Goy of the Year awards, Matt Walsh versus Erika Kirk. Well, one of them is more overt than the other, right? Like Erika Kirk has really shoved it down everybody's throats, where Matt Walsh tries to pretend like, I'm America first. I don't support our greatest ally. And then everything that he's like forced to do immediately afterwards, like, is contrarian to that. But Bobby says she was implanted to slow Charlie's roll. The more I see, the more I believe it's true. Oh, Erika? Maybe, Bobby, maybe. Son says, you got some shit in your beard, brother. Yeah, we got that earlier. Erika Gone Girl made any day of the week. Nate thinks that not believing in Charlie Kirk being a time-traveling Sumerian means you're a fed dumbass. Well, I don't know about this. I did hear about the time traveling Sumerian stuff. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. That's I don't do that lane of content. So I haven't seen any episodes on that. I've seen some clips where I'm like, what the fuck is going on? But I don't, you guys know I don't get involved in the insanity on that type of stuff. AJ says the dress looks like she made it with CK's blood. Our greatest ally at it again. Bro got the call. Oh, this is when I got booted. The second I started saying some criticisms about Erika and our greatest ally, the mic went down. Heather says none of what Nick's saying about pedos makes sense. Maybe since he doesn't have kids himself, he doesn't understand how gross his statements are. Heather, I think this is a really good point. But at the same time, here's my thing. If you're a 27-year-old man who thinks that a 13-year-old is barely legal, I've got big concerns, and you should probably have your browser history checked. That's all I'll say about that. Bobby says, wow, they got you again. Yeah, Bobby, they've been on me. There's some very interesting times my stream has gone down. It hasn't been random. Well, it's probably random, right? But it's been very coincidental about what we've been talking about at the time. T-Grad says, serious question. There's actual DNA evidence supporting Robinson's guilt. Maybe not, but exists. Have you stopped to consider that you may be wrong and you've been shitting all over a grieving widow? Food for thought. There's not DNA evidence supporting Robinson's guilt. No, there's not. No, there's not. There's DNA evidence showing that Tyler Robinson, supposedly, that a 30-06 found randomly in a chicken coop, that his DNA matches that. However, we have never seen any evidence that Tyler Robinson had that 30-06 with him when he went to the roof or when he left the roof. And so I would push back on you and say that no, there is no actual evidence that suggests Tyler Robinson's guilt yet. There is evidence potentially that suggests a random rifle that was found in the woods that has not been connected to the crime is potentially there. But there is no actual evidence that supports he ever had a rifle on the roof. That's been one of my biggest criticisms. We haven't seen that. Show me Tyler Robinson with a 30-06 on the roof. Nobody's been able to show me that yet. If you can show me that, great. But you sure as shit haven't showed me it yet. So, no. Shitting all over a grieving widow. Well, and this is also where I'm going to push back on you. She's not grieving. Okay? You want me to be rude? You want me to be rude about this? I'll be rude. Erika Kirk is not a grieving fucking widow. Erika Kirk is an opportunist. Erika Kirk is an opportunist who's taking advantage of a situation. Here, you wanted me to be rude and be honest? That's what I really think. That's what I actually think. You can clip that. I don't think Erika Kirk is fucking grieving at all. I don't think she's upset one fucking bit. I don't think there's one part of Erika Kirk that gives a fuck that Charlie Kirk is dead. Is that what you wanted to hear? Because that's what I actually believe. So, no, I'm not concerned about shitting on a grieving widow 4 months later. I think she's done a good enough job of doing that herself, actually. Anyway, we'll be right back after this Israel announcement. Yeah. Thank you, Bogus. My dude, you officially made the list? Yeah, Bobby, I don't know. We're on it. We might be. I tried to know less about Charlie Kirk and his wife. It needs to be solved and designed to scare the distracted public. PSYOP by definition. The Road Warrior says she's trying to make herself look sober. Oh, we didn't do the cocaine stuff, did we? Fuck, guys. I forgot the cocaine stuff. We can't not do the cocaine stuff. Dan had this in his video. Didn't we? Did I miss it? Oh, where was the cocaine Instagram post? Shit, I'll find it. I'll find it real quick. Right. It was on one of these two videos. Sorry, guys. No, I just got reminded by this, and now I really want to find this. This is actually insane. Oh, here we go. Was this it? It's like all her partying and her lies about not having boyfriends. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, here we go. My bad, guys. We were supposed to have this on the show, and I forgot about it. Here we go. Let's talk about this.
If you could call yourself, 5 years from now and give yourself advice, what would you say? Don't try cocaine.
Yeah, let's roll that back. These were Erika Kirk's Instagram stories. Here we go. Let's do this one more time.
Out. If you could call yourself, 5 years from now and give yourself advice, what would you say? Don't try cocaine. Isn't that interesting? I'll go ahead and pull a still photo up for you guys in case, we didn't really get a good.
Don't try cocaine. By the way, guys, this is a show called Patriotic Housewife. Don't try cocaine. Erika Kirk should have just stayed in the shadows. Seriously. Grieve for your husband. You got all the money in the world. Let somebody who is qualified take over TPUSA. There are so many people you could pay to. You just made $100 million on t-shirts. Let Tucker Carlson be the head of TPUSA. Why not? That would be the most watched organization in the world. But instead, you put some weird fucks on Charlie Kirk's show. It gets no views. And then Erika is up there and is like, feminism. All right, man.
All right. So anyway, look, and this was my point. Yeah. So Erika Kirk, she made a story and said, if you could tell yourself 5 years ago something, and she says, don't try cocaine. That's a funny joke for, somebody that used to be a coke whore, right? In the party scene. And Erika Kirk was in the party scene. Like, we've seen all the pictures of her and now of her partying and drinking and talking about blow. And again, I'm not here to judge that. However, you can't then also be, like I said to begin with, the second coming of the Virgin Mary, right? You can't be the trad wife, Charlie Kirk's trad wife. Like, that's not who you were. That's not who you are. You were the LA actress who probably was in the party scene, who probably had a coke habit, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, she's the one posting about it on her Instagram and her stories. She obviously was a little fucking cokehead, a little coke whore. It is what it is. In her 20s, early 20s, right? Mom and daddy, trust fund baby, military industrial complex daddy, right? Who pays for all her shit. Again, I'm not trying to be judgmental. I'm just saying we know who this person probably is. Okay. And she's saying it herself. But again, don't try to then be like the evangelical martyr of the world. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Right. I'm not judging. Nate's got a pretty wild past himself. I'm not being judgmental, but I'm also not the guy out here lecturing you about how you need to live your life with Christ. And it's just, I'm not going to do that. Right. And so again, if Erika Kirk is telling herself 5 years ago, the biggest advice she wants to give Erika 5 years ago, Erika, is don't try cocaine. I'm going to say that probably wasn't a one-time experience for Erika, right? She probably didn't one and done, right? Hey, tried it one time, wasn't for me. No, if you're telling your 5 year ago self, hey, the one thing I could tell my 19-year-old self now, don't try cocaine. That's something a coke whore says. It just is, okay? It may be she's probably a reformed coke whore, okay? I'm not saying that she's not a reformed coke whore, but that is what a coke whore says to her 5 year ago self. Okay, it is. I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry if that makes people upset, but like people that weren't coke whores don't say that. They would tell themselves 5 years ago, hey, you should get a master's degree after your bachelor's degree. You know what I mean? Like, hey, 5 years ago self, like, hey, you should invest in the S&P 500 5 years ago because it's going to go up 48% in 5 years. Like, that's the type of thing a normal person tells their 5 year ago self. Like, anybody who's like they get asked, what advice would you give your 19-year-old self? And their answer is, fuck, don't start doing cocaine. Like, that's a coke addict. Okay? That's what a coke addict says. Just saying, again, I'm not trying to I'm not being judged. I'm literally not judging that. Okay? I'm not judging that at all. Is JD in here? Is JD Delay in here? Yeah, like we got JD Delay in here. Me and JD are not judging your coke habit, Erika. We are not. But we are saying maybe be honest. Anyway, we got a little sidetracked there. We had to go back to Erika Kirk's cocaine comments, but following that up, Erika Kirk is a federal operative of some point. Neuralink is not good for the eyes. Well, I don't know anything about Neuralink, but hopefully you didn't get one in your brain and go blind. So, is JD here? I think JD's here, right? Everybody's talking about JD. Where's he at? Where's JD at, little fucker? Oh, here he is. Cash does have that good shit, huh? For sure. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Anyway, I'm probably gonna get clipped a lot for calling Erika Kirk a coke whore in this video, but I don't even care at this point. She's the one that decided to say that. Okay, that wasn't me making things up. That was me looking at her own comments, telling herself not to do cocaine 5 years ago. So anyway, what are your thoughts? Okay, again, haven't seen it. It's written down. I'll get to it. Thank you, Chandler. Neuralink blind sight program. Buff Like Jesus says Erika Kirk is 100% a Stepford wife who sells merch at their spouse's funeral and takes over their business and does the exact opposite of what they wanted. Tiny Hat Sport. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. There's nothing you said there, Buff Like Jesus. There's nothing you said there that's not objectively true. That's 100% what happened. To the T. Exactly what she did. I've never heard or seen Erika before her speech from Charlie's podcast studio. Post-death, I immediately felt a sense of darkness and dishonesty from her. It seemed unnatural and manipulative. What's crazy is, guys, when we've done the polls, nobody knew who she was. Nobody knew anything about her. But then now we do know she was all over the place. She was an actress. She was doing fucking interviews with Jessica Alba. She was everywhere. But not when she met Charlie. Isn't that bizarre? How she sort of like just disappeared for a little bit in between what she was doing single, like CIA shit, hanging out in Hollywood, hanging out with Jessica Alba. And then she's with Charlie. She disappears. Charlie gets shot in the face, and then boom, she's everywhere. Fox News, CEO. I don't know. Seems like an opportunist. Seems like an opportunist to me. Just saying. Buff Like Jesus says VFT versus Heavy Duty Country drinking competition. Live, let's go. Oh shit. I don't know how much Dan can drink. I bet it's a lot. So here's the thing. I was out in Texas with Dan, and we were hanging out, and I drank way more than he did. I got pretty trashed. I don't think Dan drank at all. So not that that's like, I was at Jared Taylor. We have Jared Taylor from Black Rifle Coffee Companies. Brent Tucker was out there. What a good trip that was. I got trashed as fuck because that's what Nate does. But I don't know if Dan was drinking, but we're the same size, so he probably can. I'm a little bit pissed off at Dan right now. I'm going to be honest. So Dan also is nominated in the top 5 for one of his categories at the SHOT Show Awards, like I am this year. And he was supposed to go, and we were going to hang out and party together. And now he's not going. So what the fuck? What the fuck, Dan? Hopefully he sees this, or I'll just text him after. You know? I know it's not good for me. I've cut way back, guys. I do love to drink. I love to drink. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I saw Stu Peters tried to attack me the other day and was like, Nate got drunk and talked about how tall and handsome Ian Carroll was. And I was like, Stu, you think that's an insult? You think it's an insult that I got drunk and complimented my boys? That's what we do around here. That's what we do around here, brother. We get housed and we talk about how badass our boys are. That's what we do. Okay? I don't have anything against Stu. I'm just saying. Like Stu tried to talk shit about me. Like, oh, you got drunk, talked about how tall and handsome Ian is. Yeah, he's tall and handsome. He's my boy. And I'm drunk. Well, I'm not drunk right now, but that's not an insult, dude. That's just Nate being Nate. You know, just having a good time, talking our boys up. Isn't that what life's all about? Isn't that what life's all about? You know, having a good time, getting lit, chilling with your boys, talking about how badass your boys are. That's the good stuff, man. That's the good stuff. All right. I digress. Vinny says, hey, Nate, do you ever watch or follow John Kickerow or hear any of his takes? He was a CIA whistleblower who came forward about the torture program. Yes, I do. I like his stuff. He just did an interview with Bustamante that I want to cover here pretty soon. But I do watch his stuff. I think it's very, very interesting. Susan, what's up, Susan? Dan Blood, please take care of yourself. Feel better soon. I am doing better. I'm doing better. And that's why we've been, actually over the last month, we've been on like a 1 drink max just with, well, apparently I had bronchitis and that's why I was sick for a while. And then I thought that we were going to work it off and then, you know, just like grind our way through it because I hate going to the doctor. And then, yeah, pneumonia showed up. So now we're on like a 1 drink max while we're sick, turns out. I'm trying to switch to, you know, I live in Oregon, try to switch to cannabis. But man, I don't do very well when I don't do very well with weed typically. I get real paranoid. and it gets real paranoid. I don't know how you guys do well for that, but anyway, I should do that. It'd be healthier for me. But we're doing a lot better for we're not going 8 hours tonight, boys and girls. We're at 3.5 hours. We're just working through super chats. I am doing a lot better though. I've been drinking a lot less. But I do love drinking, man. I just enjoy drinking. You know, I've always been very good with alcohol. Not somebody that like blacks out or loses my mind or anything like that. So it's just something I enjoy, you know. I don't know how you guys feel, but it's not good for you, but it is what it is. All right. Thank you. Well, thank you, Arwen. Appreciate you. $20. No comment. America First means tax revolt, make tax revolt great again. Yeah, it actually does. We probably should stop paying taxes. I wish I could do it, but just don't have the balls. Maybe next year. Why do you think MAGA fans are so loyal to Trump? Cognitive dissonance. That's it. That's strictly it. There's no other reasons. Like 100% cognitive dissonance. For those of you who don't know what that means, I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, but cognitive dissonance in this situation means these are the type of people who cheered on and just simped for Trump or anyone in general. It doesn't have to be Trump, but they cheered on, they simped for, they made MAGA their entire personality. They made supporting Trump everything about themselves. And so when someone makes their entire identity about another grown man, and then it turns out that grown man that you have completely devoted yourself to, you've alienated your friends from, you've alienated family members from, you no longer have people coming to your house on Thanksgiving and Christmas because you're so devoted to MAGA and Donald Trump. And then it turns out that the dude is just an Israel first fucking pedophile who does nothing for America. And you stop and go, who am I? What am I supposed to do now? My daddy isn't who he said he was. And so what they do is they go, no. The pedophile stuff is good. It's 7D chess. Everything he's doing, it's the grandmaster plan, and that's what happens. Okay, so that's actually how we get where we're at. It's not because they actually support, I voted for this. No, you fucking didn't. And you know you didn't. But you have so much cognitive dissonance because you made Donald Trump your entire persona since 2016 that now you realize who he actually is. You can't break away from it. Does that make sense? Because that's 99% of it. Whereas most of us, all of us in this community, we broke away from that. Even the MAGA supporters, guys, I can promise you, we have thousands. I promise you there are thousands of people in this chat right now who used to support Trump back in 2016, back in 2017. And now they just look at what's going on and they go, fuck this guy. I didn't vote for this. And so they don't anymore. Because they actually are just like critical thinkers who don't tie their entire personas to a politician or to a political party. And so you can see it in the chat. You can see everybody, like so many people in the chat are like, yeah, I used to support him, but then he turned out he was just an Israel first shill that's doing nothing for the country. So now I don't support him anymore. And it's pretty basic for all of us. But when you're looking at people like Officer Tatum and Benny Johnson and Ben Shapiro and that crowd, well, they can't do it. They can't change it because, again, how do you go back to your liberal aunt on Thanksgiving and be like, well, turns out you were right. The president's a fucking pedophile. You got me. Like, no, they can't do it. They can't do it. So they just double down. Right. And that's how you get an entire political party of neocon Israel first pedophile protectors. That's how you get that. Anyway, long-winded, but I'm assuming most of you probably understand. Maybe some of you agree, maybe you don't agree, but yeah, that's how you get there. So I jumped off that ship long time ago. I've been a conservative criticizing Trump way before it was cool. way before it was cool. And you can go back in my content years. And I've been criticizing Trump for a long, long time. So, they're all feds. Need that Spider-Man meme with the three of them pointing at each other. Yeah. Cabna says there's a reason why even in prisons, grown men do freaky shit. But there's a hard line when PDFs aren't accepted and everyone on the outside agrees. Yep. Very true. Jeffrey says, do you think her and the kids could have been threatened? I'm not a fan, or I'm not all a fan of the question, love your step Nate. No, I mean, no, I don't. No, I don't think Erika Kirks being questioned or being threatened by shit. I think she's doing exactly what they want her to do. And I think she's doing it willingly. So no, I don't think she's being threatened at all. I think Charlie was, but not her. For a Christian who's married to one of the most prominent Christians, Erika never talks about Jesus, by the way. Actually, you're right. She doesn't. Erika reminds me of Sharon Stone character from Total Recall. That's a throwback right there. No one turns down their first Miss Arizona. Womp, womp, womp. On Tier 1 podcast, Brent stated it was good that we got Maduro because it cuts off oil to China. Or cuts off oil to Russia and China. What's your take? I'd be interested to see that because I had Brent on my show and we talked about Venezuela and he wasn't a supporter of us invading. But there's geopolitical takes that you could have. The neocon take, and Brent's a little bit of a neocon, love him to death, but he's an Israel first neocon. It is what it is. Doesn't mean he's not my friend, doesn't mean I don't love him, but that's sort of the neocon take, is that this is a Monroe doctrine. It's going to limit the ability for China and Russia to get oil, and that is a take. But again, it's the neocon take. It's not the America first take. So that's what I would say with that. But I think Brent is slowly moving our way away from our greatest ally. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he is moving away from that side, from what I've seen. We would love to have him. We love Brent, by the way. I think Charlie has lost his V card from America. Actually, I bet you that's true. I bet you that's probably true. And there's nothing wrong with that. It is what it is. Read Method Acting and Discontents on American Psycho drama. It's a deep dive into the psyche of method acting. To-Do says, since the GOP kept voting for horrible things, do any people that voted for Trump actually call and pressure the hell out of him? No. This is what we just talked about. No, because it doesn't matter what the GOP is doing, because, again, that cognitive dissonance is just like, we have to support whatever the fuck he says, because even though we know it's ridiculous at this point, well, we can't be contrarians. We got to support daddy. Right, whatever he does, and that's how we got where we got. To your point, AJ says, for the record, I said Nick is a glowy. Nate Dogg, you're cool. No, I know you did. I just didn't know what AJ. I don't know what a glowy is. Oh, glowy's a federal agent. Got it. The term was coined by Terry A. Davis, greatest programmer of all time. The term is extremely derogatory. Oh, okay. Well, I'm all about that. I'm all about derogatory terms about federal agents. And again, guys, I just I'm not going to cheer on federal agents in the federal government, right? Like, it's just bizarre to me. I'm somebody that worked for the government. I know how corrupt and fucked up the government is. Why would I cheer for it? Like, most of my peers hate the government because we worked in it and we know how fucked up and corrupt it is. When you see it from the inside, you go, oh, okay, I get how this works. Yeah, fuck this. Right? Unless you're Dan Bongino, and then, you see it on the inside and you actually just decide to get out and keep protecting pedophiles, even though you know who they are. Unless you're Dan Bongino, I guess, then you love the government after you work for the government. But most of us, that work for the high levels of the government are pretty critical of the government. Two things. Benny says, my Elon Grok swimsuit comment from last stream was bad sarcasm. I'm so sorry. Do not support. Second, how could this Erika Kirk stuff stay hidden until now? I don't know, man. This all just came out this week, right? Like the CIA videos, all these old videos, like her memes talking about doing blow and shit and partying and all her boyfriends. I don't know how it stayed hidden. I mean, the internet's forever, right? Like eventually, if you put it out on the internet, like people will find it eventually. And so it might be one of those things where it just took a while. Ben Bond says for blackmail to work, the crime has to be worse than blackmail. True. Otherwise, no one can comply. Barely illegal is 18. Anything less is illegal for reasons that's pedophilic. Great point. And so the point you're making is, yeah, if these were 25-year-old prostitutes, yeah, it's like it's illegal, but is that worse than the compromise? Like, here's what I say. Like, you can still blackmail people like Benny Johnson with like 24-year-old dudes, right? Like Benny Johnson's a allegedly fucking 23-year-old dudes at SAS, like cheating on his wife. Like that's good blackmail. It's not blackmail that like is pedophilia and international child sex trafficking ring where people will care. He will care if people find out, but like other people don't give a fuck. They're just like, yeah, okay, the dude's gay, whatever. We don't care. His wife and kids will care. Right. And again, I'm saying allegedly, we're just using this as a hypothetical example. Right. But to your point, yeah, it's like Lindsey Graham being blackmailed because he, sucking off dudes in Tel Aviv. That's a little bit different than obviously raping 12-year-old girls, right? Big difference there. Again, hypothetically, this is what Milo said, not me. I would never say that about Benny. I would never say that about Benny. I don't know anything about the Grindr servers. By the way, we may have an interview coming soon with the engineers at Grindr to talk about what happens when TPUSA shows up to events. Would you guys find that interesting? If I was able to do a interview with the engineers at Grindr to talk about what happens when TPUSA shows up to town, would you guys find that interesting? Because I just may be friends with one of the executives at Grindr. I know that's random. It's weird. And he offered. So do you guys think that would be funny? I think it would be pretty funny to find out, right? All right. Well, you guys love it. So I'll hit up my buddy and let's fucking let's. All right. I already talked to him about it and he offered. He was like, yeah, man, we'll fucking get our engineers and let you guys know whatever you want to know. So, okay, cool. You guys, I see the chat's loving it. So yeah. Yeah. My buddy's actually, I can't tell you what position he is. Cause actually if he's going to let us, the top, it's the top. So top two positions. But anyway, yeah. So we're looking to do an episode just talking about how this whole thing works. What happens when TPUSA shows up to Arizona? What happens to the Grindr servers? And they're going to actually show us the data and how the whole thing actually works. So, I have that episode coming, by the way. We'll work on it. Anyway, just an aside. I think it's actually going to be pretty funny. There's probably quite a few people that are going to see that clip and be like, oh, fuck. There's a few conservative talking heads that are going to be like, oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I hope Nate doesn't have like fucking names. Which we won't have names, but we'll probably be able to see like the way the servers work and how all the data works when they show up to town. So anyway, let's keep moving. I don't want to too over the top of my skis on that, but I am in the works on that because I think it would be hilarious. Katie says, I made the connection. Jessica Alba starred in the movie Honey and Erika is what is that? What is that? Sorry, Katie. I can't see the little meme. Starred in the movie Honey and Erika is pot. Honey's a honey pot. I get it. Good one, Katie. Perica. Shalomev. That's pretty good too. Classy says the fucked up thing is in some states Romeo and Juliet laws allow for consent to be 13. Pisses me off. You should come elk hunt with us sometime. I do love elk hunting. Where you at? Hey, Yeah, for sure. Actually, I'm big into that. So send me an email, brother. I'm all about it. And yeah, unless you're like a 70-year-old Prince Andrew, then that's not how that works. But yeah, hit me up, man. I love hunting. And I'm always looking for guys to go elk and deer hunting with. Bobby says, lost my first wife during the Gulf War due to infidelity. Second was due to opioid overdose. Third to be of. None of them stopped to admire my presidents. Just saying. Bobby, well, that's terrible. Hate to hear that. You know what? A lot of us have been there on the first one, myself included, and didn't have the second one. So I'm sorry to hear that for you, Bobby. But we do know, Bobby, you're engaged now, and we know you're doing well. So glad to hear it. All right, Erika's main job, handing the reins of TPUSA to Israel. Yeah, that's actually exactly what happened. That's crazy. What's the real reason JD changed his names? I'm assuming you mean JD Vance, not JD, our buddy JD Delay. JD Vance has changed his name 3 or 4 times. I don't know. I don't know why he keeps changing his name, but it is bizarre. To your point, Ellen. Thiz says, I know you Eugene boys don't look south, but Southern Oregon has your back. Thiz, we actually do. I actually go down to Medford here and there to do competition shooting. So we do. I actually do go down to Southern Oregon, Grants Pass and Medford, Klamath Falls here and there. So yeah, man. Jay says, it's odd we're finding about these things about Erika. What's that say about Charlie? He married and had kids with her. It's not like he didn't know about her connections in the past. Why is nobody starting to wonder about? I don't know if that's necessarily true that he knew about her connections and her past. I don't know. I think that's an assumption we're making. Because to a comment's point, recently, I mean, people have been deep diving Erika Kirk hard for 4 months straight. Some of the most inquisitive, investigative journalists on the internet have been digging into her, and it wasn't until 4 months later that we just started digging some of this stuff up. So why would we assume that Charlie automatically knew all those things? I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think that's necessarily true that Charlie just inherently knew all these things. TJ says it's possible your poll might be worded in a confusing way. People think the question is, do you support Vance Kirk presidency? Oh, no. I didn't mean, do you support it? I meant, do you think it's coming? So my bad if I screwed that poll up. Sometimes it happens. My bad, guys. Oh, Real Bays. All right. We used one of Real Bays clips earlier tonight. Real Bay's got great content over on Instagram, probably Twitter too. I don't have Twitter. Real Bay says, I spoke out about the not so grieving widow very early, caught so much heat from it from friends. Now I see more and more people realizing she's a liar every day. I got sidetracked last week, but getting back to her this week. Yeah. So Real Bay is some of the Erika Kirk criticism content that we have used is from Real Bays. And yeah, he actually he was the one that did the casket hands thing well before everybody else was. So yeah, he was way ahead of a lot of us in having the balls to call her out. So he's got great content, by the way. So follow him on Instagram if you're not already. We used some of his stuff earlier tonight on the show, actually. Some of Bay's clips. Thank you, Bays. Appreciate you, brother. Texas says DJ's spiritual advisor just got 6 months for essay on a 12-year-old, was in prison before prod. Yes, I was going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it on Tuesday. Yeah, Donald Trump's spiritual advisor only got 6 months in prison for sexually assaulting and raping a 12-year-old. Yep, that just happened today. So gross. But yeah, that happened. I know everybody's saying, what the hell? I mean, let's see. I forgot to, let's see. Where is it? I think my wife sent it to me. Yeah, anyway, look it up, but it's true. Yeah, it just came through. We'll talk about it on Tuesday, guys. But yeah, his spiritual advisor, yeah, pedophile, only got 6 months in prison for raping a 12-year-old. Donald Trump's spiritual advisor, by the way. Go figure. Donald Trump protecting pedophiles. No way. Guys, this live stream is 100% getting demonetized. The amount of times I've said pedophile, which I typically am very, very careful. The amount of times I've said pedophile, Israel, all of the keywords that I'm not allowed to say, that we have just said 1,000 times on this, we're 100% going to get hammered by YouTube on this one. But fucking whatever. It is what it is. That's the way it goes. Sometimes we get a little loosey goosey and we just talk about what we want. John says, "Hey Nate, I'm a lefty, but I feel like you're one of the few right-leaning people out here who hasn't lost his mind. By the way, thanks." I mean, you know, what does even right-leaning mean anymore? I don't know. I believe in conservative values, but I'm also very socially liberal. I've always been socially liberal. And I've always defined myself as a social liberal and a fiscal conservative and a foreign policy conservative. Which was always it was just always left me in a very moderate sort of independent centrist type of position because of that. And again, you know, I don't expect everybody to agree with me on my opinions, but that's kind of the way I've always been, for a long, long time. I mean, I've been socially liberal for 20 years, even while being a very staunch right-wing conservative when it comes to foreign policy and economics and some other different things. So this is kind of how I am, I guess. I don't know where that leaves me politically, but it's kind of left me as an independent, really. I don't know how you guys are, right? Maybe some of you guys feel the same way as me. Maybe you're social libertarians or social liberals and fiscal conservatives. But that's my politics. And yeah, I've always liked that about myself. I just kind of, I guess I got, you know, empathy for a lot of people. But is what it is. All right, keep it moving. The Church of Satan cut ties with Aquino in 1975. Satanists don't believe in the devil. Aquino does. Spooky stuff. Well, they may not, but he does, and it's his co-author is the one that's on the board, advisory board of TPUSA. So that's fucking weird, huh? Elaine, sorry, I don't want to misspell that or mispronounce it. Sound of Freedom, Utah Attorney Generals Tim Ballard, and the Latter-day Saints. Gary Melton says no U.S. military or SF has ever operated on U.S. soil. Lying Fed POS, Katrina, Boston bombing, U.S. Northcom, Jade Helm. Also, Waco, by the way, if you didn't know, wasn't just the ATF that killed everybody there. He talks dangerous liberty, but defends the military police state. Yeah, I don't agree with any of that at all. I mean, obviously, me and Gary disagree on a shit ton of stuff. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, no, that's 100% not true. None of that's true. I don't know if he actually said that or not, but yeah, the U.S. Special Operations has 100% operated on U.S. soil. Yeah, 100%. On very controversial things before, by the way. All right, Revelations 3, specifically 3-9. Love your content. Thank you, Road Warrior. EMS stream, thank you. John says, also, just curious, but would you ever vote for a lefty? Of course. I just talked about this earlier. That's why we're going to have Graham Plattner on my show here in probably 2 weeks. Graham Plattner is a Democrat from Maine. And I'm super supportive of him because he has America First policies. It doesn't mean that I agree with everything that he believes ideologically, politically, but I am in line with far more with someone like Graham Plattner than I am with Lindsey fucking Graham. Lindsey Graham is a Republican, conservative. Conservative, he's not. He's got fucking 40% Liberty score. My point being is I'm at the point now in my politics, I don't give a fuck what political party you are as a politician. I don't care. You're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're a far left socialist, you're a communist, you're a white nationalist. I don't care. Tell me your policies. Tell me exactly what you believe, what you're going to vote on very specific issues, and then I will decide if I'm going to support you or not. I don't give a fuck about what political party you are. Tell me what your policies are, what you're going to support. For someone like Graham Plattner, who's got a $0 from AIPAC score, who's against foreign interventionism, who's against forever wars, who is all about taking away U.S. aid to foreign countries and investing that money into America. I don't care that he's a Democrat. because I might not agree on everything that he believes politically. I agree way more on that than what Ben fucking Shapiro has to say. Right? Ben Shapiro is supposedly a conservative, and I agree with like 3% of what that dipshit has to say. And so I would encourage all of you to stop when you're going to vote. Stop looking at this of like, what does my political party say? Okay, I'm Republican. I have to vote Republican. I'm Democrat. I have to vote Democrat. There's no critical thinking in that. There's no Socratic questioning in that. You're just a mindless sheep lemming that's like, my political party says this is the person I should vote for, so I should vote for him. Don't do that. Don't do that. Look at the candidates that are running in your district or your local municipalities and figure out what they believe. Figure out what their actual ideologies are. How are they actually going to vote? Look up their APAC tracker score. And then make those decisions for yourself. And stop worrying about, are they Democrat or are they Republican? Because none of that, at the end of the day, none of that fucking matters in Washington. They're all the uniparty outside of a few politicians on both sides, right and left, who are trying to actually push forward America First agendas. So I am not somebody that's just going to blindly, well, first of all, I'm an independent. I'm not a Republican, but I'm not going to blindly vote for a Republican because that's who you shoved down my throat. No, I'm good. And for Democrats too. I would encourage you Democrats to be the same way. Because you may be, let's say you're a Democrat, you may be a Democrat who looks at someone like Thomas Massey and goes, hey, I don't agree with everything Thomas Massey believes in, but man, I sure appreciate that he seems to be America First, that he seems to want accountability for the Epstein files, right? Like a lot of these things we all agree on. And you could go, hey, I might be a Democrat, but maybe I support this specific Republican or conservative. Or, hey, I might be a Republican, but hey, I support this specific Democrat. If we could actually, as a society, move towards that line of thinking, I could promise you our country would be in a fucking much better place. Much better place. So that's how I approach voting in politics. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I absolutely would vote for Democrats, absolutely would vote for Republicans. Just depends on who you are. And at the same time, also absolutely Republicans who I would never support and vote for, and absolutely Democrats I would never support and vote for at the same time, right? So I just look at each person as an individual. That's how I try to look at it. And I would encourage you guys to do the same or do whatever you want, but that's just the way I do it. Jennifer, thank you so much for that donation. Very generous of you. Jennifer says defense needs to stop the prosecution saying there was actually a shooting. It was an explosion of the mic under right as a shirt. They must prove it was a shooting. It's insane. Well, Jennifer, they're going to have to prove it was a shooting. And we're going to find out because we know there's cameras that had perfect angles of exactly where Tyler Robinson would have taken that shot from. We know it. We can, like, people have gone there. Ian Carroll's gone there. He's shown the angles. And so they're going to have to prove that. Will they be able to prove it? I don't know. We're going to maybe find out. Butch says, Nate, is this all because Watts in those files? All because Watts in those files? Watts. What's Watts? What's Watts, brother? I'm not sure what you mean by Watts in those files. Don't know. The Brainy says, seriously, you need someone to help you with the legal stuff. The prosecution did actually give this information to the defense months ago. The shitty defense just now did something about it. What do you mean I need somebody to do something with the legal stuff? All we did was just cover simply what happened today. I can tell you many things about how the satanic crap works in America. Their goal is to use all this to demonize Christians, usher in and blend Catholicism, Islam, Jew, been at this for 1,000 years. Okay. Atomica says, don't be mean to that chick, but all of this was on my radars even before Petalumps first term. Petalump. It's kind of funny. Bobby says, show the kids sending round down range and court case closed. Yeah, exactly what we just talked about, Bobby. Show me, just show me, and you supposedly have it. Just literally show me the video of Tyler Robinson in the prone with a 30-06 taking that shot. Okay. That's what we all expect to see. I don't think we're going to see it, guys. I don't think they're going to show it to us. Because you know why I don't think they're going to show it to us? Because I went through the charging documents and I went through the indictment documents and I read them very, very closely. And in the charging and indictment documents, they very specifically mention that they do not have camera footage of him taking the shot. That's in the indictment documents. And so that's why I don't think that we're actually I don't think we're gonna get video of it, because why wouldn't they put that in the charging and indictment documents? But they very specifically said they don't have footage of it. So we'll see. But according to the indictment documents, they don't have any footage of it. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Matt Shapiro's Fleshlight Walsh. Gross. I don't even know if I want to say this, what my brain just went to, but I just thought about Ben Shapiro. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm not going to just, I don't know. All right, let me take the last sip of this drink before I say this based off your comment. Okay. And if this image popped in my head, so now it's going in all your heads. I'm sorry to all the female viewers of the channel. I'm not trying to do this, but the first thing I thought about when you said Matt Shapiro's fleshlight was Ben Shapiro using Matt Walsh as a fleshlight. So essentially Ben Shapiro bending over and anally raping Matt Walsh. That's the first thing that popped in my head. So I want you to all. No, it popped in my head, so we've said it out loud, and I gave you all warnings. So I want you all to internalize that. I want you to visualize it. I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to just imagine Matt Walsh with his stupid little beard just bent over a table. Like, think about they're in the boardroom of the Daily Wire, right? Like, let's all close our eyes together, right? We're going to visualize this. No, we're doing it now, chat. No, I see the chat's upset. Okay, doesn't matter. We're doing this together now. We're committed as a chat together, and so we're going to do this. All right, we're going to close our eyes. Okay, together, and you behind the screen, I want you to close your eyes. I just want you to listen to me. Okay, so imagine we're in like the top floor of some type of skyscraper or whatever the fuck the Daily Wire has their shit at. Florida, probably, because that's where all the Jews are. You know, we're in Miami Beach, maybe. We're at the top floor of some penthouse. Daily Wire. We're in the boardroom, right? Leather seats around the table. Ben Shapiro, he calls in Matt Walsh from the corner office. Matt Walsh, I need you to come in. Matt Walsh, get in here. Right? Matt Walsh comes in. Yes, sir, Ben Shapiro. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What do you need, Ben Shapiro? And it's Ben Shapiro. He's up at the front of again, keep your eyes closed. We're just imagining this. Ben Shapiro's up at the front of the boardroom. He's got a whiteboard behind him, big TV. It's completely empty. Nobody else is in there, right? He clicks the button, and all the blackout blinds slowly come down around all the glass. Matt Walsh is looking around, going, "What the fuck is going on?" And Ben Shapiro, just staring at Matt Walsh, says, "Matt, it's time for you to really prove your loyalty to this company." And Matt Walsh, "Oh, yeah, yes, sir, Ben Shapiro." And what transpires then is, yes, Matt Walsh is then informed that he needs to drop his trousers. He needs to bend over the front of that table in the boardroom. And Ben Shapiro then keep your eyes closed and just, again, keep visualizing. So Matt Walsh is told to close his eyes as he bends over that table, and Ben Shapiro slowly comes up behind him arms come up behind Matt Walsh, grasps him around the pectoral muscles, bends him over the table. You can hear Matt Walsh slowly start to cry, slowly start to whimper. All of the decisions Matt Walsh has ever made in his entire life slowly coming to fruition as he realizes he's about to get raped by Ben Shapiro. So he bends over, and Ben Shapiro then takes Matt Walsh from behind, slowly, deeply, passionately, and he gives Matt Walsh everything our greatest ally really, really appreciates. And all right, let's all open our eyes. Let's all open our eyes and come back to reality here. Yeah, so that all came from this comment, by the way. I hope you all actually did that exercise with me. Smart decisions. All right. Anyway, okay, that got pretty weird. That got really, really weird, right? Didn't it? But here's the thing. Okay, what I want you to know is that was most likely true. What you just heard has most likely actually happened. Okay. Oh my God. Is everybody doing let's make sure everybody's doing okay though, right? Is everybody, and again, I warned all the female viewers, I told you guys, hey, maybe take a step out for what we're going to talk about. All right. Is everybody okay? Everybody in the chat okay? Oh yeah, we're so far, like, guys, we're so far beyond demonetized on this video. We threw this in the towel like an hour and a half ago. Okay, is everybody doing okay? Chat, are we all right? That was a lot. That was a lot. I know. Now, here's what I want to ask you guys though. When you had your eyes closed and you were visualizing this, and this is going to get weird, okay? When you had your eyes closed and you were visualizing all of this happening, did you put yourself, be honest, did you have yourself in Matt Walsh's body or Ben Shapiro's body? Huh? You got to be honest with yourselves. Where did you have yourself? Huh? Whose body were you in while we were visualizing that? Yeah. See that? Now it got even worse. now everybody's going, fuck. Oh my God. Somebody said JD Vance in the corner. Okay. All right, chat. Okay. Should we do a poll? Oh shit. All right, that was fun, right? Chat, that was fun, right? Tell me that was fun. That was that too much? Or was that fun? Oh shit, what did I just do? Hold on. I didn't mean to report anything there. Here we go. Let's were you Matt Walsh or Ben? Okay. All right. So here we go. When you visualize that, who are you visualizing? All right. Again, I know that was a lot, but it's just we're gonna move on now. Okay. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. That's probably ending up on Twitter for sure. God, I hope not. God, I hope that one doesn't end up on Twitter. I don't need Stu Peters. I don't need Stu Peters clipping that. Be like, look what fucking Nate's talking about now. Stu, don't clip that. Jesus Christ. We liked your show, dude. Just leave me alone. We're having fun over here, all right? All right, let's keep moving. All right, Rick Cutler is sketchier than Tyler and Lance by a lot. Yeah, AJ, I believe that. Bobby says, dude, your stream on Matt Walsh pissed me off beyond measure. Well, Bobby, I think we just paid Matt back for that. I think Matt Walsh just got paid back for that one. Okay. Hop Whisperer says, are we really shocked TPUSA crashes Grinder at the SAS convention? Just say, see you at SAS, a little bit of limp in your wrist. No, we're not. Garth says, last I got a new baby girl and it's crazy. 10 years sitting in the desert, 3 submarines. I would do as a dad. It's crazy. Keep up the fight. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Appreciate you, man. I like your stuff, all except for hopping on the Canada schizo theories, but calling Fuentes a Fed is a room temp IQ take America first. I didn't call him a Fed. I said that he is regurgitating Lindsey Graham ideologies, which he is. If you think he's a Fed for that, that's on you. A lot of Green Berets end up working for the CIA. True. Yep. Very normal career. Not like a ton, but a very normal career change. I got quite a few buddies that are Green Berets and then also worked in the CIA. Very true. Yep. Born and raised Canadian. It looks like your government is bought and paid for by the little hats, but more importantly by technocracy. Inc. Musk has directed ties. GEPA from Venezuela to Canada. They wanted to create the TechNate. Yeah. Well, 100%. Yeah. And we see that. And that's why when Trump got elected, who was all of the people right behind him? Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, the entire technocrat, AI fucking demographic were all right behind him at his inauguration. So, yep. Thank you, Brad. Radical says, I love Plattner, the traitor that sold our country to Israel and is in-laws to leaders of Mossad. Ooh, got the hiccups. So anti-APAC, so pro-America F-offs, plus 7K for Valhalla. What, you're saying I'm plus 7K? Even though we're supporting Graham Plattner on the show? I'm confused what you're saying here, man. We like Graham on the show. That's why he's going to be on my show. So that's weird. Weird comment. Maybe I read that wrong. I don't know. Christopher says Matt Walsh is top tier pussy boy. Yes, he is. Bro never had the balls to serve the country. He has no right to speak on veterans' benefits. America first. I agree with you on that, Chris. Thirsty says Grandpa served 20 years in the Navy during Vietnam. He was a jump master with 2,000 jumps. He has 2 fake knees and lost 2 inches from a compressed spine. This sounds like most of the guys that have 2,000 jumps to me. He fought the VA for 20 years to get his 100% disability. Fuck Matt Walsh. Yep. Very, very normal for those Vietnam era guys and early global war on terror guys. Had to fight the VA for a long, long time to get any help at all. AJ says disabled vets deserve disability benefits and should be allowed to serve public office. Plattner has a stepbrother named Seth Frantzman, who is a pro-Israel author. Just saying, yeah, well, I mean, so just because Graham has a stepbrother that is pro-Israel doesn't mean that that's what Graham believes, right? A stepbrother. My sister is a hardcore far leftist. Does that mean I am? No, but I love her anyway. So let's not pretend that because somebody's step sibling believes something that means that's their ideology. That doesn't make any fucking sense at all. My mom's a staunch Democrat. My dad's a staunch Republican. Like, what are we talking about here? Right? So that's not the way we should look at things. All right. Anyway, I'm not trying to beat you up on that, AJ. I'm just saying. Like, just because the stepbrother believes that, who gives a fuck? It doesn't mean Graham does. I know Graham doesn't believe that, by the way, because I've talked to him. Six's mom says, don't talk about veterans, asshole. If you've never served, you have no clue. Thanks, Nate. We have men who served. Appreciate all you and given their all to us. My dad, who served in Vietnam, has asbestos in his lungs. Don't chalk shit. Yeah. The Vietnam generation, especially, because they're still with us, right? Like we seem to forget the Vietnam generation is still in their late 60s and early 70s for the most part. And they're super fucked up. And those guys got hung out to dry for decades after the war that they fought. And so, yes, The fact that we're finally starting to take care of them, Vietnam veterans like my dad, 50 years later, it's a good thing. That is a good thing, to your point. So thank you, Six's mom. Appreciate you. Dealing with it says my dad is a MIA POW Bronze Star 100% disabled. Fuck Walsh. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the chat that are either going to be disabled veterans themselves or family members, right? That's what we all support. It's so weird. Are you going to fix issue with Candace? I don't have any issues with Candace, so no. Never have. Yeah, so no. Nick Fuentes is the ripe age for joining the military. He is 27 is perfectly great age actually for an 18 X-ray contract. Nick Fuentes, I would highly suggest Nick Fuentes, he should sign up, get an 18 X-ray contract and go try to be a Green Beret. 27 is a perfect age for that, by the way. I think it would be a great idea for him to do that. I would 100% suggest that. And in fact, I might start actually pushing that as a suggestion. I think that would be fantastic. He's the perfect age for that. Great point. Great point. We should encourage him to do that. Mole says, Mole Sandini, sorry, I can't say your name. She keeps going to Miami to be with Netanyahu's son. I don't know if she's currently doing that, but she definitely has done that in the past because we've seen all the pictures. Combat Vet checking in. Walsh is an entitled punk. Correct. Bobby says dad was an advisor in 62. I was born in Monterey Ford in 67. Lost dad in 04 to cancer. Probably the issues with Agent Orange or other chemicals from that war. I would guess, Bobby. Just like, my dad and all his friends. Wouldn't be surprised. But again, Matt Walsh doesn't think that they should have disabled benefits. So I agree. Fuck Matt Walsh. I agree with you, Commander. Butch says, I think all vets should get free ride in Unfree America. Thank you, Nate, and your pops. Well, thank you. Not that we don't need a free ride, but it turns out that, if dudes go fight wars and get super fucked up, we should probably take care of them. That's going to be my feeling no matter what. Because I did it, and the amount of my friends that are missing limbs or fucking blown their brains out, right? Or dealing with PTSD and all kinds of crazy shit. It's a substantial amount of people that I'm friends with that are still dealing with that. And I think we should support that. That's I'm never going to ever flinch on that. Fuck Matt Walsh t-shirt to donate to the vets. This is a great idea. It's actually a great idea. I should do this. Should we do this? Should we get some type of fuck Matt Walsh and donate it all to Wounded Warrior? Well, I don't like Wounded Warrior Project because they're kind of a scam artist, but there is some good veteran charities we potentially do that for. I kind of like that idea. We should maybe do something like that. Any good artists out there that could come up with a good fuck Matt Walsh for talking shit about disabled veterans artwork? Then message me it and see if we can work something out. Nick spends more time insulting people than actually talking about where he stands. That's what made me get Fuentes fatigue. Just Nobody says you're one of the very few who are willing to call a fair game for both sides. I can't stand people who pander to their audience. So thank you and keep that shit up. We need more people like you. I mean, I do that. Here's the thing. It's not always the strategically smart thing to do, to go against your audience or to do controversial takes, which I do and I've done multiple times. You get a lot of backlash in the short term, but typically in the long term, if you stick by your convictions, people usually respect that eventually. And that's what I try to do. I'm not always right, but if I believe something and I morally believe it and it's part of my values, I will not budge just because it's not the popular thing to talk about. Given the ICE situation, the ICE shooting, a lot of people disagree with my take. But it's my take and I believe it based off of my own morals and values, and I will not budge on it. And that's the way it is. And I get a lot of flack for it, and that's fine. Also get a lot of support for it. So that's just the way it goes, I'm not going to be like Benny Johnson Benny Johnson, who every single time Trump puts something out goes, I voted for this in his stupid fucking Instagram posts, right? Like, those guys, right? I voted for this. And you're like, no, you fucking didn't, you fucking turd. We all know those people, right? It's not always popular, but you got to do what you got to do. A lot of times you guys disagree with me, but that's fine too. We should be able to disagree with each other and still have cordial, respectful conversations, Mulch says she had a tail at that podium. What else was it? I don't know. Reptile. We're talking about Erika Kirks, a reptile at this point. Respect for all you do, Nate. Haters be damned. Thank you, Kentucky Viking. Is this AI? If this is an AI, you're like the most jacked dude I've ever seen in my life. It actually looked like a Viking, but probably AI. If not, good on you, dude. Those are the biggest traps I've ever seen. Who really runs our country? Well, who really runs our country, guys? Who really runs our country? Chat, who really runs our country? What do we got? Billionaires, CIA, those guys, 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 those guys. Still the same thing. Still the same thing. Still the same thing. Still the same thing, it turns out. Still the same thing, it turns out. All these different versions of the exact same thing. You know what I mean? Same thing, same thing, same thing. So I don't disagree with you, by the way. Wife two-tour combat vet agrees now women should not be in infantry front lines, but she did after multiple injuries, toxic exposure, airborne PTSD. You're damn right about compensation. Yep, I agree with that. I'm not, obviously, you guys know I am somebody who's very staunch against women on the front lines of combat. However, that does not mean that women have not fulfilled combat roles, including when I was there with CSTs and cultural support teams that we would have attached to us. Women 100% have done badass shit in the global war on terror in Vietnam, from being pilots to medics to all sorts of different things. So they deserve just as much of that compensation as the other male global war on terror fighters as well. That, again, stood on the front lines as well. Whether, I don't think women need to be infantrymen, but that doesn't mean that they haven't provided incredible service to this country in combat and war as well, for sure. You know what I mean? But I just don't, I'm not somebody that's like, hey, I do think women can be very important in a lot of different combat roles. Pilots, fantastic pilots, by the way. Medics, cultural support teams, all sorts of different things. I just don't want women to be on the very front lines of it being infantrymen, Navy SEALs, Green Berets, because I don't think, personal opinion for a lot of different reasons. Watch my other content on that. But again, that doesn't mean that women haven't been just as valuable as men in a lot of different combat capacities. And I know plenty of women that also had their legs blown off from what they've done in Iraq and Afghanistan. So they deserve just as much of our support as well, for sure. All right. Thank you, Moto. Rick says you and Brent should hit the studio and make a cover of the Bout of the Green Beret. I think that'd be awesome. I don't know if me and Brent would be the best to sing that, but we could. Bays is back, says Asmongold needs to get black-pilled. He would be great for the movement. I agree with your stance on being a simp. This ICE situation soon caught me so much hate this week. Yeah, I mean, that's what's going to happen, Bays. We just talked about it. Same thing. Bays had a lot of controversial takes on the ICE shooting as well, and it is what it is, man. But you can have your own opinions. And for Asmongold, yeah, I think Asmongold is still a little too much just a MAGA President Trump simp at this point, but he might get there. I think he might get there. He's a smart guy. Nobody thinks you're drunk. They just want to piss you off and distract you. Fuck them. We prefer when you're feeling good. Better for us. Don't let them get to you. Love the podcast. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate you. I mean, I would hope you think I'm not. One drink's not going to do it. But yeah, we'd like to have a drink. But guys, this is also enjoyable for me, right? I get It's work, right? Of course it's work. And I spend a lot of time building these shows out and doing all the investigations, getting all the work together and bringing you guys the show the best way I can. But also, well, I mean, I know tons of you now. Like, we don't know each other personally, but I know tons of you. And so you guys, tons of the audience is here every week, and I'm talking with you guys all the time. And this is a good time for me. So if I can have a glass of whiskey and hang out with you guys and talk about what's going on in the world, it's fun for me too, man. If it wasn't fun for me, I wouldn't do it anymore. I wouldn't do this. You know what I mean? So we should have a good time. You know what I mean? And if you want to make fun of me for having a drink, that's fine. I'm not trying to be some fucking boring, lame YouTuber. And that's the thing. Nobody's ever, I get accused for a lot of shit, you know, but nobody's ever accused Nate of being boring on his live streams. We get in trouble sometimes. But, you know, it is what it is. G says it's likely they caught Nick on a PDF charge, now forced to say their points. He came back and started spitting the points. He said he craved deletion. I don't know about that, but the weird pivot is a weird pivot. Set up your Streamlab. Confiscate says set up your Streamlabs. Should be against the law for YouTube to tax a veteran's donations. People keep telling me that there's a way for me to do this, but I'm not really sure how to do it. But yeah, they do. YouTube takes 30%. I don't know how to do it. I'm not trying to, you know, maximize profits or whatever, guys. I just, again, it's here hanging out with you guys. And it is what it is, right? I know there's a lot of content creators that do this a smart way. Bay says I meant red pilled. No, he needs to be black pilled, bro. He is red pilled. He's like MAGA pilled right now. Coming from Canada, what do you think Tim Pool has under his tongue? His beanie. Love what you have to say, sir. Keep it up. Well, now that we know that he was getting paid off by Israel for sure. And again, I should have. We'll talk about it on Tuesday. I have all the. I have the Washington Street Journal article that was done up on Tim that actually talks about how he received all the money from Netanyahu and whatnot. We're going to talk about that on Tuesday. But what's under his beanie? Probably a yarmulke would be my guess. At this point, now that we know that, shitting all over 3-letter deep state hack of a grieving widow. Shitting all over a 3-letter deep state hack of a grieving widow. What? I'm not shitting on Charlie Kirk. I'm shitting on his pretend grieving widow. Which, here's what I'll say. I would hope, and I've not only would I hope, I've already told my friends that if I got assassinated in some crazy way, and my wife, and I've told her this too, went on a goddamn fucking podcast tour 48 hours later and walked out to goddamn fireworks and pyrotechnics like she's Goldberg in WWE, they have my permission to shit all over her as well. Just so you know, that permission has already been given. So, which she would never do, thank God, but yeah. Mind blown for Matt Walsh. Thought downing vets was a good idea. Fuck him. Thank you for your service, Nate, and the content. I don't understand the strategy behind Matt Walsh on that one. Like, how did you possibly? And I've looked at his comment section, and he's getting fucking drugged by everybody in his own video. Bizarre decision for Matt Walsh on that one. Papa Penguin, what's up, brother? Says, saw your episode on Walsh and veteran disability. This isn't a gotcha moment. What made you change your views? Allegations on vet disability abuse. The fact that Walsh is a turd either way. Glad you finally saw reason. I haven't changed anything. Not a fucking second. Is there some fraud in the VA disability system? Of course. Are there some soldiers who don't deserve disability who game the system and manage to get it? Yeah, of course. But that small percentage of people who are gaming the system, would I prefer that the system be designed so that a few tiny percentage of people can get away with the fraud? So that means that the vast majority of actual veterans who need it make sure they get their care, unlike the way the system used to be, which was an absolute fucking nightmare. So basically nobody could get benefits. Yeah, I would prefer the system to be the way it is now. That if you shitheads get away with getting compensation they don't deserve so that the millions of combat veterans actually do get the service that they need and disability coverage that they need, yeah, I would prefer that. I would 100% prefer that a few people get away with fraud so that the entire combat veteran community can make sure they get taken care of. Yeah. So no, I haven't changed anything on that. On a biblical note, keywords to Google is Satan's little season. Please research this. Ecclesians 1-9 says nothing new under the sun. Okay. Did cocaine once 500 times. You don't. Here's the thing. Not that I would know. Nobody does cocaine one time. Even if it's just one night you did it. Nobody does it just once. You know what? You do it till it's gone. Just saying. Just saying. You do it till there's no more left. That's the way that drug works. I've heard. She didn't inhale. No, she snorted. Okay. I probably shouldn't have said that. That was a little bit of a low blow. Erika skis the Aspen Alps. Where's the crime? There's no crime. Well, technically it's illegal, but I'm not saying, again, I'm not being judgmental. Okay. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just saying, if you're going to be, like I said, if you're going to be a coke whore, no big deal, but then also don't pretend that you're the Virgin Mary afterwards. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Papa says, my advice for a 19-year-old self is do it all. This is a wild ride, and I don't regret a moment of it. That's probably true too. 2A says, I grew up in the evangelical world and came out of it a few years ago, but I didn't throw Jesus out. Well, that's good for you, man. I'm glad to hear that. I dug deeper and learned history with the scripture. He's the real deal, Nate. He loves you, bro. Know that. No, I mean, I'm a Christian, man. I'm not an evangelical. I don't go to church, but I do follow Christ, read the Bible, do my own research and learning through the scripture itself, that's the way I look at it. But you will not catch me at church. You will not catch me in any organized religion. I do my own faith with God through scripture myself. And I think that's a good way for a lot of people to look at it. And there's nothing wrong if you're part of a church. There's nothing wrong if that's the way you do it. I think that's also fantastic. But that's the way I address my faith personally, and I think that's the way God intended it as well. Right? Like, you shouldn't need somebody to tell you what to believe. But again, nothing wrong with church. I'm just saying that's the way I'm with you on that. In your take on that. Moto says, what's your take on the Don't Tread on Me crowd cheering on the federal invasion of Minnesota? I don't see that helps the USA. Thanks, Nate. Love your channel. Yeah, I think it's pathetic. I think the Don't Tread on Me crowd simping for fucking federal agents is just the most bizarre, weird shit I've ever seen in my life. Could you imagine our founding fathers watching that exact thing, being like, wow, you guys are fucking pussies, dude. Like, you're just letting federal agents just like roll into your neighborhoods and shoot people in the face. Wow. Our founding fathers were like, hey, we overthrew a fucking government. Our founding fathers were like, we overthrew the most powerful government in world history at that time over a 2% tax on tea. That's what our founding fathers did. That's the real Don't Tread on Me, the initiators of that. Could you imagine now, like, also like the Proud Boys, the big Don't Tread on Me crowd, they're all ICE agents now. You know that, right? Like, that's all the Proud Boys are now ICE agents. I'm not being facetious. The leader of the Proud Boys is literally an ICE agent now. Just something to think about. Don't tread on me, but at the same time, we're government simps. It's fucking weird, dude. It's weird. Weird. I don't get it. Justin, thank you. Pop Penguins, cognitive dissonance, your brain setting itself on fire just to keep your ego warm. 100%. There it is. That's a great way to look at it. Ben says, best psychoanalysis of Trump supporters ever, to the word, cognitive dissonance, and like, it's sad. Yep. Justin says, how much was that check from the DNC, Nate? Why? Because I'm not a fucking Trump simp. I get a check from the DMC because you can't get Trump's fucking tiny little orange Cheeto dick out of your throat for 2 seconds to think for yourself. So now we're DNC supporters. Okay, man. Rock on, dude. Rock on, dude. I'd say you were gagging on Trump's dick, but we all know it's too small to actually gag you. So there's that. All right. We're here says, what are your thoughts on the claims that the United States sends 40 to 80 mil to week on the Taliban? That's not claims. That's true. And that's still true. That's still happening right now. That's not claims. That's true. Currently happening right now. So yeah, it's fucking gross. And I don't know why we keep doing it. But ask Donald Trump why he's still sending $80 million a week to the Taliban. Joe Biden was as well. So I'm not even just being, I'm not being just strictly hard on Trump for that. That was happening under Biden as well. It's still happening. But yeah, there you go. Erika danced on Charlie's grave. Seems personal. MAGA fans like Orban fans here in Hungary, it's a cult. You can't change their mind. They're literally the same, specifically with defending pedos. Yeah, I mean, that's where it got super weird, right? That's where you could tell it was a cult. The second defending pedophiles became part of MAGA, that's when you knew. That's when you knew that was like the break point for everybody. You either left MAGA, like I did, and the rest of us did, or you went, you know what? Fuck it. I'm a pedophile defender now. And I'm going to keep the red hat on. Like that's you had that break point. We all had that break point. And we like some of us went this way. Some of us went this way. Most of us said, nah, we're good. I think the real moment was when Donald Trump said, if you're still talking about the Epstein files, you're no supporter of mine. And I think that was the real break point for when all the people who like aren't, going through extreme cognitive dissonance went, okay, I'm not a supporter of you anymore. That was it. They were like, oh, okay, cool. Got it. Yeah. No, we don't support you anymore then. And then all the fucking weirdos that are like, you know what? I don't care. Trump's my daddy. I'm all about supporting pedophiles. Like they kept that angle. So again, weird to me, but not something I would do, but a lot of people are still doing it. Look at Benny Johnson. He's still out there fucking spreading his cheeks for whatever fucking the orange stallion has to throw up his fucking rectum. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. 2A says, for all the Christians out there, you do not have to support Israel. Yeah, no shit. Jesus rebuked the same kind of snakes we're dealing with today. Be like Jesus. That's another thing about reading the scripture. If you read the New Testament, and I don't understand, because when I read the New Testament, which I do frequently, it's very, very clear who the bad guys are to me. Like the story like very clearly maps out the bad guys. Like it doesn't take mental gymnastics when you're reading the New Testament to be like, who's the bad guys here? Oh, yeah, got it. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, it's the Jays. It's the Pharisees. Yeah, okay, got it, Jesus. Thanks for telling me that. Like there's no confusion about it. It's very, very clearly laid out in the New Testament about who the bad guys are. But somehow the Schofield Bible did a lot of propaganda work in the United States on that. Did you see Anna destroy Pearl in the debate? Oh my God. Did we see our girl Anna obliterate Pearl in the debate? Have you guys seen this? Holy shit. It wasn't going to be big deal of it. And then Pearl started talking smack about her husband. If you guys haven't watched this debate of Anna Kasparian and Pearl, I forget her name. Oh my God. Anna destroyed Pearl. So much so, Pearl, like when I was watching the clip, I couldn't tell if my screen was frozen. You guys have to watch it. Go watch Anna Kasparian debate Pearl. Somebody said I felt bad. She felt bad for Pearl. Anna destroyed her so hard. I've never seen this in a debate, that Pearl stood there blank faced for how long was it, guys? Almost 20 seconds. Everybody was just in silence. And like, I thought my internet had stopped, because I was like, what the fuck's going on? Like, why is she's not talking? She literally, like, Anna took her soul out of her body to the point where she glitched out. She couldn't even respond. She couldn't get a word out of her mouth for like 20 seconds. She just stood there blank faced, staring at Anna. And everybody was just like, holy shit, is this the hardest anyone has ever been destroyed in a debate anyone has ever seen? Shit, Anna absolutely throttled her into oblivion. And obviously we're big fans of Anna on the show, but oh my God. Yeah. That was, you guys should watch it. If you go look up Anna Kasparian debates Pearl, I forget her last name, but oh my God, that was the hardest I think I've ever seen anyone get destroyed in debate. She couldn't speak. Pearl could not speak for almost half a minute. She just stared like Anna just stood there and staring at her like, are you gonna, can you talk? Fucking wild. Go watch it, guys. We'll play it on Tuesday too when we get back to it. Oh, actually, no, guys. I keep saying we're gonna have a show on Tuesday. I'll be in Vegas at SHOT Show for the SHOT Show convention and the award show. So we will not have our show Tuesday. We'll be back Friday, and then hopefully the following Tuesday we'll have Graham Plattner on the show, and we'll be back for a regular scheduled episode. So sorry, we will not be here Tuesday because I'll be in Vegas. Anyway, I am doing some fun stuff though. Award show, and then gonna go see Jake Shields. Gonna do his podcast, hang out with him as well. So that should be cool as well. Okay. Tony says the corruption goes back generations. Vets know. Yep. Pop Penguin, pretty irreligious, but I remember a epistle in the Galatians 3:28. There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free. You are all in one Christ. I think people thumping Bibles for Israel need to read a bit. We just talked about that, and yes, they do, Pop Penguin. Exactly what you're talking about. You're going to add a Grindr promo code, Nate, next. Yeah, maybe. We get Grindr. Should we get Grindr to... I could probably get Grindr to sponsor the show since my buddy is... not the CEO, but one of the other things right below that. We could probably get a Grindr sponsorship. How funny would that be, dude? I should get a Grindr sponsorship. That'd be fucking hilarious. People would lose their minds. Oh, and then do this Autobot. Oh my God, dude. How funny would this be? How funny would this be if I got a Grindr sponsorship and we did a promo code Bongino for 20% off, or promo code Benny Johnson for 20% off, dude. Oh, dude, that's so good. All right, I gotta talk to my buddy about that. That's actually fucking hilarious. Great comment, actually. JD changes his name when his services agenda. Yep. Viking mead is what you should be drinking, brother. I've been drinking a lot of tea. By the way, I'm surprised my wife didn't bring tea in tonight. High-powered air rifle from the back of vehicle explains a French Legion thing. Maybe. Benny Johnson. Benny's in here. No, I'm just kidding. This will get demonetized, true, but we're not in a money economy or an attention economy. Yeah. AJ says, FYI, Nate, every time you say Israel, the stream freezes on my end literally every time for the past 5 streams or so. Yeah, I know. That's why I try to say our greatest ally. You know, we gotta try to protect ourselves a little bit. Plattner for president, but I have more ideas. Maybe eventually. For Senate, for sure. We're definitely going to support him for Senate, especially against Susan Collins, that fucking neocon warhawk. Oh my God. When it comes to politicians, all that matters is if you trust them. I don't trust any of them, per se. But there are a few who I am supportive of. Brandon Herrera is one. Graham Plattner's one. Thomas Massey is one. There's some here and there. And it's because they have, America First policies. And again, you saw those wide range, Democrat, Republican, far right, left. Doesn't really matter to me as long as, if I think you really care about the country, which is very rare for politicians, that's usually enough for me. But I don't trust any of them. And neither should you, because they're politicians. Vinny says, would love to see you have John Kay on. Also, what you think of James Talarico, liberal pastor from Texas, who's socially liberal and LGBTQ friendly. Yeah, I like a lot of what Talarico says. However, until just the other day, Talarico came out and said that he would support continuing to fund Israel's military. And then I went, womp, 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 womp. Sorry, James. That's the break point for me. That is the break point for me. Is James Talarico coming out and said, yes, I will continue to support funding Israel's military. And then I went, nope, no thanks, buddy. I'll pass on that. Unfortunate. It's the way it goes, though. Nate, met you at DHS, would like to buy you lunch. You met me at DHS. Was this up in Portland at the ICE facility at the Antifa protest? That could be. Hit me up on Instagram, bro. Jesus, is Robinson going to get off? I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. I think there's a decent chance, actually. We'll see what happens in the prosecution, though. 2A says, reminder to tag our piece of shit government on social media and bring awareness to our American political prisoners in prison. For example, a man just went to prison for developing privacy crypto wallet. Free samurai. Interesting. I didn't know about that. Would not be surprised, though. Make sure you don't get Kim Cartered. Diamond says, off topic, would a 28-year-old with asthma and a past ACL injury be able to go as SF? Nope. Asthma by itself is going to make you disqualified. The ACL injury, this is a maybe, but bro, if you've got an ACL reconstruction before going to the Q course, most likely ain't going to do it, brother. I had 4 knee surgeries after becoming a Green Beret. So yeah, I would say probably not. Asthma for sure is a big no-go. You're not going to be able to ever pass a physical if you got asthma. Sorry, not trying to beat you up, but that's just the way it goes. Sam says, please don't ever take a check. You were the last creator I listened to that isn't pushing someone's agenda. I'm not going to, guys, when I joke about like, hey, nobody's fucking paying me fucking millions of dollars to shill for Israel, I'm kidding. I would not accept. It wouldn't matter how much fucking money they offered me because I don't really care about money because I'm just a traditional dude. I live very frugally. I always have. I live in a small house in a rural community with my wife and kids. I have no hobbies outside of shooting, martial arts, the gym, and I drive a 2016 paid off, Toyota pickup. Like I don't give a shit about money. That's not what I'm in life for. I care about providing for my family, my kids, and that's what makes me happy. So if I can do those things, that's great. But yeah, I don't know who fucking gives a shit about APAC money. What's more money going to do for you if you've already, got a wife and kids and you're living fairly comfortably? That's all that matters, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Everybody's different, but I'm not a Bugatti guy. I'm not buying new. Well, I did just buy my wife a new car this year. So I do spend money on my family. I'll tell you that. My daughter and my wife get spoiled pretty hard, but for me, we don't really spend a whole lot of money on anything. So I don't need Israel's money, it turns out. Hemp says 2 bottoms don't make a top. That's a good joke. That's a good Matt and Ben or K joke. 2 bottoms don't make a top. All right. I like that. Oh, you guys got good jokes. You got good jokes. This is why I love SF dudes. He did all that with a straight face. LOL. Chief Warrant Officer 4 here. Oh, this was probably my my Matt Walsh. This is probably my Matt Walsh. We all took a couple minutes to put ourselves in Matt Walsh's shoes. You know how we know SF is gayer than the Navy? Nate's last rants. Look, man, it is what it is. Val, Pete Hegseth is calling and wants to talk to you about your retirement now. Yeah. Good thing is I'm not an officer. I'm enlisted, baby. Fucking Pete Hegseth can't fucking touch me. So I'm good to go on that one. I'm just a grunt. He can't touch my retirement. Thank God. Moto says, hey, Nate, have you looked into the PayPal Mafia Palantir as it pertains to Greenland? They're suing Honduras for 1/3 of their GDP from backing out of the ZED. I'm not a conspiracy guy, but my tinfoil hat's now solid. I haven't looked into what Palantir is doing as it pertains to Greenland, but I am very well versed in Palantir in general, so I'll actually look into that. It'd be interesting to see what they're doing there. Poppy says, communist, socialist, same turd, different rapper. True World says the TechNate is a real part of the NWO, New World Order. We're going to talk about Jim Bros. A tough day for me. My dad's birthday. He died in 2004 on my Father's Day in my arms. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Well, hopefully you're having a good time and we're bringing you some enjoyment. Sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear that, But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Let's talk about this. True World is still, he's talking about having a tough day about his dad dying in 2004, 22 years ago, and he's still struggling with that. Compared to Erika Kirk. Compare that to Erika Kirk, who was on a WWE fucking firework tour 48 hours later. Isn't it interesting the difference between people like this and people like Erika? Isn't that interesting? Isn't there a big difference between that? Papa says, thank you for the big donut, Papa. If you're looking to donate to a charity, check out the VFW National Home. Zero government funding provides up to 4 years of housing and aid to get vets and their family back on their feet. VFW has issues, but the National Home, chef's kiss. Interesting. I'm always looking for good veteran charities. The Green Beret Foundation is the one we always turn to because we know that it's solid. The issue with that is it's very specifically designed for the Green Beret community. So if you're not a part of the Green Beret community, you might want to donate to a more broader veterans charity. So apparently, you should guys look into this. If the VFW National Home is a good one, then consider looking into that as well. Because there are some bad ones out there, unfortunately. Wounded Warrior Project is one that I would always be very, very careful of. Their track record and history is terrible when it turns out how much money that is donated to them and how little of it actually goes to veterans. I don't know if they've fixed that recently or not, but it used to be like 99% of the money never went to veterans. So hopefully they fix that, but yeah. Not great. A little bit out of the loop from Sergeant Dom. Don't pay much attention to anything political. What's the deal with Matt Walsh? Is there a video you are referencing? My video, yes. So Sergeant Dom, just look at my most recent video I put out yesterday about Matt Walsh and him attacking disabled veterans, and that'll all make sense. Pantera gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Pantera. Appreciate you, brother. Nate, when you come to Australia? I've been to Australia, brother, multiple times. Haven't been since I've been in the military. Used to obviously deploy there when I was in first group for different training exercises and deployments. I'd like to come back though. As a civilian, I want to come to Sydney. So I spent most of my time in the Northern Territories, Darwin, Catherine, different places like that. Didn't get to go to Sydney in that side of the country. So I do want to come back and visit eventually once I can. Bobby says people respect balls and strikes. Eep in the strike zone, Nate. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you, brother. Road Warrior says my little sis is training for paratrooper in Fort Benning. That's badass. Love to hear that. I'm assuming it depends on where she's going to go, right? She's not necessarily going to go to the 82nd, but stolen valor, sincerely Mitch. I stole your valor, sincerely Mitch. Yeah. Need an optimist side story. How do you propose to your wife? How did I? Oh, how did you? So we were at a fireworks show on 4th of July at Joint Base Lewis McChord, which I was stationed at the time when I was in first group. And once the fireworks started, I had the ring with me, and then I proposed to my wife during the fireworks on 4th of July. So that's the way I did it. And it worked. But yeah, that's kind of a very patriotic way to do it, right? As a military guy. But yeah, that's the way I did it. Just do something. It doesn't matter what you do, but like make it like put effort into it. You know what I mean? Women appreciate that. All right. Come to Australia. We'll share some Serbian Rakija. Last time I was there, it was all Foster's, bro. Foster's. That's what everybody was drinking. Ben says Trump and MAGA have no strategy. Must exploit this. No, they don't. We're going to see that in 2026. Thirsty says, any opinions on the Fort Bragg cartel book? I'm trying to get through it, but it reads like a smear job. Dude paints SF and as a unit unhinged drug addicts. Yes, I have an entire episode on that. Go to my videos, go back, I don't know how long, whenever that story came out, Fort Bragg cartel. I did an entire episode on exactly that story. Seth Harp, yeah, not a very good journalist. We'll just we'll put it at that. Cocaine's a hell of a drug. Rick James, yeah. John says awesome for supporting Graham. He said we need to stop building bombs for Gaza and start building more schools. Exactly what I like to hear. Yeah, exactly. Well, the type of veteran that's talking about that is the type of veteran I'm going to support. Bobby says my advice to me would be don't listen to 18-year-old me. Oh, you're talking about Erika Kirks' advice to herself. Yeah. Actually, Bobby, my advice to 18-year-old me would be don't listen to 18-year-old me as well. Ben says, Wall Street Journal Mar-a-Lago article, Trump, Epstein stole my girls on a plane. Trump trafficked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. I don't know about that one, but I would not be shocked. Papa said, I voted for the orange one. Anyone who defends diaper snipers ain't on my team. Fuck that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who voted 3 times and do not support him anymore. Nick got bent by Destiny. I could see PDF. There's a lot of potential weird shit that happened between him and Destiny, by the way. Just saying, there might be some. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. Pantera gifted 10 Valhalla VFT memberships. Thank you, Pantera. Appreciate you, brother. Garth says, if you ever want to go hunting in Wyoming, you got a partner here. Ooh, I do love Wyoming, man. Wyoming is fucking beautiful. Beautiful. Driven through Wyoming quite a few times as I've driven out of Oregon across the country. Jenny says, that's why we love you. Haven't fit cleanly to either party, but my whole life here, I don't have to feel alone. Someone else being themselves too. Yep. I mean, that's the way we are here. Politically homeless. I don't know if we're ever going to find a political home. Not anytime soon, but that's what we're here doing together. John says, don't get people celebrating the Renee Good thing like they don't know it can happen to them. People who trade liberty for safety deserve neither. Again, I don't understand. Like, it's one thing, if you believe that the ICE officer is justified, that's fine. Like, I have no problem with that. That's your own opinion. That's the way you're looking at it. But for the people who are cheering ICE agents on for killing American citizens, you're an idiot. Like, you cheering that on is like, you're cheering on the government shooting American civilians in the street. This like the most simping for the federal government. I just don't understand. I don't get it. Especially if you're a conservative. Like, don't tread on me. But also, I love the government. Really? There's no good government, by the way. There's none. There's no good governments. And our founding fathers realized that. That's why everything was designed to limit the power of the government. So just because your political party is in charge doesn't mean the government's good. Just a friendly reality check to that, because people have forgot about that. Come back to Australia as a civilian, avoid Sydney. Well, there you go. I was just saying that's where I wanted to visit. Joe nightlife and way too busy, expensive. Anywhere in Queensland and Brisbane. I've heard Brisbane's awesome too. So that might be a good one. We're definitely probably going to come back. My wife's never been to Australia. So there's a few different places we want to go together. Australia's probably going to be one of them. 2A. Hopefully thinking maybe, but wouldn't it be beautiful if Trump declared the Insurrection Act, Marines roll in and charge the protesters and laugh and shake hands like the British, like the Irish and Braveheart. I just watched Braveheart again for the first time in like 30 years the other night. That would be funny. It's not going to happen, but you know. Joshua says grandfather was a Jeep mechanic in the Pacific Theater in World War II. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. All right, we made it through. This is a little bit longer episode, 5 hours. Holy shit. Didn't expect to go 5 hours tonight. I thought this was actually going to be one of the shorter episodes tonight, being that been working off this pneumonia a little bit. I know I sound sick, but we did it. So obviously this one got a little bit spicy, a little bit weird. There's probably going to be some clips out there that get me in trouble, but what's new? What's new on this fucking channel? What's new on this channel? There's always me getting in trouble for clips. So it is what it is. Thank you so much, everybody, for supporting the show. We had a big show tonight, and thank you, everybody, for the super chats and the support. Love you guys. Again, unfortunately, Tuesday, we will not be here for our regular scheduled live stream because we will be at the SHOT Show convention, at the Ward Show, and all that. We will see. Let's see. We'll be back Wednesday. We'll see what we can figure out. Maybe we could do a show Wednesday. We'll see. But not sure what we're going to be able to do for that or not. If not, we'll be back with the regular scheduled live stream Friday. Hopefully the following Tuesday we can have Graham on, and yeah, should be a good show. If not, we'll have him on soon. But we're working on setting it up. But so that's going to do it for this one. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. I'm going to go eat dinner. Yeah, it's late here. It's almost, God, it's 10:30 here. Whew. Is what it is. So I got to go eat dinner, and hope you guys have a fantastic night. Again, thank you for spending it with me, and that is going to do it for this one. I will catch y'all at, well, I might live stream randomly. Oh, what I might do, might live stream with Jake Shields. I don't know if me and Jake are going to live stream or not, but I'm going on Jake's show on Monday. So maybe I will see you guys before then, but I will let you guys know. All right. So, all right, guys, I will see you at the latest on Friday for the next live. All right. Catch y'all on the next one, guys. Yeah, have a good night.